How are you feeling today? Today is a little pleasant day. Yesterday it was hot. So before we start, I would like to share with you that today we have with us our partners from the banks and the private sector. So in order to update them on our yesterday discussions were quite extensive. We have started with the commitment of moving from funding to financing, strategic partnership, focusing on creating youth employment, exploiting the resources, natural resources of Africa in a very productive way so that we can mobilize investments. So with this, I would like to invite Professor Jerome, the policy specialist from Sub-Regional Office of Eastern Africa, to give us a recap of day one so that we all should be on the same page while moving ahead with our discussions on engagement with the private sector, banks, and other stakeholders. So over to you, Professor Jamal.
Thank you, Nada. Good morning, everyone. The answer is not loud enough. Good morning, everyone. Better. I'm sure you slept very well after enjoying the pool session. We had a very successful outing yesterday. The feedback, at least from most of you, is that we realized our objectives. Today, that we have the private sector with us. They are the people with the money. So we hope we are going to be more successful. But before we delve into today's agenda, I just want to quickly do a recap of yesterday's proceedings. There are two versions. There is the human version, which I'm about to do now. After that, you have the electronic or the AI version, capturing what merely transpired. Um, Invariably, the program was structured in such a way that we start with the opening. From the opening, we went to look at the country presentations and rounded up in the afternoon stroke evening with the regional presentations. Well, I'm not going to bore you since we were all here. In terms of participation, we registered 134 participants. That is those who were physical here. There were very many people who participated virtually. Some of the presentations were made virtually. We had a cross array of key stakeholders comprising senior government officials, including the ministers who stayed with us throughout, the private sector actors, today is your day, financial institutions, colleagues from FAO, UNECA, and what have you. So it was a cross-bidding of different experts in the Stog region who participated in what transpired yesterday. Trying to segregate actually what happened during the opening, I divided it into two. First was the HIH initiative, the hand-in-hand initiative. We had two of our colleagues from head office, another one from RAF, telling us about the hand-in-hand initiative, how it works. And the colleague from RAF indicated Africa's participation, which informed us is getting larger and larger as more and more countries are participating. Norma also unveiled what transpired, what we're going to do, the reasons for our being here, which is going to be a mark whether we made it or not. Invariably, what was mainly inspiring was the opening speeches, both from the country rep, FAO country rep for Rwanda, Mohamed Adawi, Farai, as well as the minister. Invariably, what they indicated is that success will be measured by concrete outcomes. The time for talking is over. We want implementation. That was the key message from all of them. What I did, take the message from Adawi, I just took some actionable quotes. Mohammed informed us that despite significant potential, the sub-region, as we know, still suffers from a number of shocks, including climate shocks, food insecurity, limited finance, weak infrastructure, fragmented markets, and underdeveloped value chains. Addressing these challenges require moving beyond fragmented, I think it's very, very important, moving beyond fragmented interventions towards integrated solutions, strategic partnership, and large-scale investment capable of delivering transformational impact. That was the key message which I took away from him. Uh, Farai also reminded us that this is not a standalone forum. It builds on earlier forums, including the Full System Summit, which is forthcoming, as well as the earlier IGAD Summit, which was held. I'm not going to bore you because I have only 5 minutes. You can read all this all over. But the speech from the minister I thought was very, very inspiring. He was able to put the political context for why we are meeting here. That the sub-region actually need a stronger regional cooperation, which is essential because there are a lot of opportunities for them. You can read what is on the board. And the final point which he made, which I think is, reflected very well with me, was that coordinated investment that brings together finance, technology, innovation, and expertise is required to unlock the huge potential, that is to be able to develop at scale, which is what is needed. So after the opening session, we went into the national presentations. Invariably, there were 8 of them. What I've tried to summarize is the value chains which they emphasized. The case of Djibouti, they had 5, emphasized 5 value chains. Invariably, what they are trying to do is to reduce import dependence. Once you see something in red, I mean, that's the commonality. I mean, I mark them there because you see that livestock runs through all the presentations. Eritrea presented 3, that is banana, potatoes, and anchovy. But they had 6 additional investment proposals cutting across different plastics. Ethiopia presented 3, and like I said, you find that livestock kept reoccurring. Apart from Kenya, that emphasized just one product. It was unique. They just emphasized coffee. Rather, what they did was to align priority investments in the coffee value chain, aimed at modernizing the sector. What we heard from other countries was not too different too. Rwanda presented 6. Tea, coffee, Irish potato, livestock again, recurring, avocado, and chili. I mean, chili was somehow strange to me because I didn't know East Africa consumes chili. I thought it was a West African product. But it's good that it's being internalized. Somalia concentrated on 3 main ones: sesame, maize, dairy, and fodder. Invariably, this is not the main report. The main report is much more comprehensive. I'm just giving you a summary. South Sudan presented 3 main value chains: sorghum, rice, 4. Sorghum, rice, livestock, and fisheries. Livestock coming again. So you find livestock coming across all over. And Uganda presented 6. What was unique in their own is that they presented a one-stop inputs and mechanization center as one of their major components. Apart from the dairies, rock milk processing, animal feed and pastures, maize processing, and what have you, hides and skins. That was what I could give from the country presentations. The reason I brought them together is to see how far they are aligned with the regional value chains. The last part, which Madam Kala shared, was also very, very stimulating. It had to do with the regional investment opportunities. 3 things came out. The first thing was to see that those value chains, the hand-in-hand value chains, which I listed on the board, they very much align with the regional economic community value chains, which means we are beginning to speak with the same voice. There was also a lot of discussion on trade. What came out clearly is that despite some improvement in recent years, there were still several formidable barriers to trade. The final point is that there was need to work towards the improvement of both trade and markets in the sub-region. I will not bore you. These are the specific things, the main speakers, what they brought out, beginning from the EAC Secretariat that showed that the value chains are indeed well aligned. by boss Sofian Kuroma, who indicated that the FAO is doing a lot of work to make sure that countries in the sub-region are compliant with the AFTA. They can move with the African Continental Free Trade Agreement. And the mode from ECA, after his very lucid presentation, also reminded us that we should begin to emphasize our internal domestic markets rather than exports and imports, which is not moving us forward. Our colleague from FAO head office also did some simulations where he tried to show that, we need to reduce all these trade barriers that are holding the sub-region backward. That is what I can present as summary for day one. But in terms of day two, which we'll be pitching the private sector with countries, I'll quickly call on my colleague, Balak. Come and speak to day two, please. The way today we unveil, since I don't have the details. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Prof. Section 4 will move from regional value chains to bankable investments. So we'll have two subsections here. The first will be a presentation by Ms. Nadia and Mr. Guzens about financial analysis, geospatial analysis that will help inform investment decisions. Session 5, subsection B will be about panel discussion. We have banks with us here, so they will tell us what is attractive for them to finance investments. And that will be followed by session 5. We'll have a country investment showcase, whereby member countries will display a video of the investment opportunities to substantiate the discussions we had yesterday. Subsection 5B will be about private sectors. So they will deliberate on partnerships, financial opportunities to scale agriculture, agri-food system transformation. In session 6, we'll have matchmaking, and this will be tables categorized as per value chains, and private sectors will be invited to sit together and discuss commonalities, the challenges they face, the ask that they may have from banks and other from the government. In session 7, we'll have a presentation of those discussions to inform the panel about partnership commitments made or matchmakes identified. And finally, we'll have a closing and next steps. Thank you so much.
On behalf of FAO, I warmly welcome you to Kigali and express our sincere appreciations to the government and the people of Rwanda, particularly the leadership of Minagri, the Minister of Agriculture, for hosting this important regional hand-in-hand investment forum.
The Hand-in-Hand Investment Initiative is an FAO flagship program designed to accelerate agricultural transformation, eradicate poverty, and end hunger. Let us demonstrate that Eastern Africa is ready for investment, innovation, and partnership. Together, we can build more productive, resilient, inclusive, and sustainable agri-food systems in the sub-region.
The future of Eastern Africa's food system lies in stronger regional value chains, increased intra-regional trade, coordinated investment, and shared solutions to common challenges.
FAO remains fully committed to supporting member countries through evidence-based policies, strategic partnerships, and investment facilitation.
Let this forum in Kigali be remembered not simply as a place of opportunities, but a place where opportunities are being translated into investment and actions.
Thank you. We are now ready to move, swing straight into action. Day 2, action. Alex, are we ready? Yes, please. This is also working, right? It's working. Thank you. Good morning, colleagues. I hope you are all doing fine. You had a good night. Let's give again once an applause to the Day 1 colleagues. Thank you for being here today. Distinguished ministers, excellencies, development partners, representatives of financial institutions, private sector leaders, colleagues from FAO, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure you know my name already. My name is Kwame Jifano Nyako Badohu Alex. But you can say Alex. It's very simple. I'm sure we have like 3 to 4 Alexes in the room. Thank you for coming. Before we begin session 4, allow me to build on the excellent discussions from yesterday's session, which was just wrapped up by Jerome, where we explored regional investment opportunities and the potential of cross-border value chain to accelerate agri-food system transformation across Eastern Africa. We had compelling evidence that no country can fully unlock its agricultural potential in isolation. Regional markets, shared infrastructure, trade integration, and coordinated investment strategies are essential drivers of transformation. Today's session takes the discussion one important step further. Yesterday, we focused on what opportunities exist, but today we are going to focus on how these opportunities can become investable and bankable realities. By the end of this session, we hope to achieve a strong understanding of regional investment opportunities and priorities, value chains, the factors that determine investment readiness and bankability, financing structures and risk mitigation approaches, concrete actions needed to unlock larger-scale investments in our region. I'm going to start with 2 esteemed colleagues. I'm sure they are here. Takis, I'm sure you are going to take over, and we also have 1 other colleague online, that's Mr. Gusen. So in this session, we will hear from the 2 distinguished experts who have been at the forefront of developing the analytical foundations of the Hand-in-Hand initiative. Mr. Panagiotis Karfakis, we can call him Takis. Yeah, he is an economist from FAO's Agri-Food Economics and Policy Division. Takis, you are welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. So I have a presentation.
You have a presentation. Okay. So yeah, just a few minutes.
Good morning, everyone, again. Once more, I wish to thank the Sub-Regional Office, but also the FAO representative here on behalf I wish to thank the Sub-Regional Office and also the country representative here, Mohamed Aoudahir, because we are following up in a discussion that we started about a year ago, if I remember, in the National Investment Forum in Uganda, with the objective to try to develop a complementary regional program supported by Hand-in-Hand in order to support the countries in the sub-region to mobilize investments. So I wish to thank also Alex for introducing me. I don't know which name is more difficult, yours or mine. Yeah. I don't know which name is more difficult, mine as a Greek name or yours. But in any case, as Alex introduced earlier today, today we're making one step further in order to support the development of a regional program. Yesterday, we saw through the presentations of the countries, of the delegations from the countries, the hand-in-hand supported investment cases that they are specific to the countries. The objective today, I don't know if I can have the presentation, is to try to see, by employing the analytical tools of hand-in-hand, the GIS analysis that I will explain a bit later on, but also afterwards, the investment analysis that my colleague from the Investment Center will introduce, in which way we can develop a complementary investment program for the sub-region. I don't have the presentation, but anyway, I know my colleagues are working on it. So it's one thing to have a national investment program based on the prioritized value chains that the countries indicated that they want investments, but another thing to try to develop it as a regional program. The idea behind the idea behind this exercise for a regional program is to try to see in which way we can find complementarities on the value chains that each country prioritizes for investment, so that they, through input-output links, they support investments or value chains in another country, the sub-region, or even beyond. We call them input-output links, but just to give you an example, we are working on something similar in the Africa seeds. Maybe the approach will be similar here. We try to produce maize in Madagascar, to have investments in maize production in Madagascar to be used as poultry feed in Mauritius. Something similar will be the approach as well here. Potentially, feed for livestock will be produced in one country, and then by facilitating the linking with other countries that they have livestock, the idea would be to develop the livestock sector in another country in the sub-region. So the idea of the regional program would be to accommodate exactly these input-output linkages. The example of livestock may be one. For that reason, my colleague Nadia yesterday presented the trade case, because in order to be able to facilitate the movement of the production, whatever production this may be, we would need to reduce the trade barriers. It's true that trade is taking place, it's increasing, but there are always challenges, because we had also a comment yesterday from one of the participants that it takes quite some time on the border in order to cross for some commodities. In any case, I don't have yet the presentation, but as you remember from my introduction yesterday, hand-in-hand is deploying technical tools in order to de-risk the investment opportunities that are analyzed either at national level or at regional level. The technical tools, the first one is the geospatial information systems analysis that basically utilizes satellite imagery, biophysical, agroecological data, but also socioeconomic data, so that in each country or in each region that we work, we try to identify the unexploited potential in agri-food systems, but also pockets of poverty. The unexploited potential in agri-food systems, by combining all of this data, tries to identify what are the most profitable farmers or the richest farmers in each region, in each country. If we have farmers that, based on their characteristics, okay, we have the presentation. Okay, this is the introduction. Basically, we are building a regional program. So if we have farmers, thank you, colleagues from the audiovisual and NOMA for helping. So if we have farmers that identified, based on household survey data, on census data, biophysical data as well, that they have a lot of profits, but some others, they are not able to reach the same profits, then we realize that there are some constraints, and we try to alleviate them through investments. Basically, this is the key principle of the geospatial analysis of FAO through hand-in-hand. We utilize maps that have to do with poverty in order to see where poverty is located in the far right of the monitor. We try to connect farmers to markets. For that reason, in the middle upper panel, you see a map on accessibility to markets. Basically, this is the transportation network and how much time it takes to reach to connect major supply areas of key agricultural commodities with major demand areas, which is basically the cities, the big cities in each country, or transportation hubs like airports or ports, if it is to transport the commodities internationally. We utilize information, as I mentioned earlier, on the agroecological biophysical potential, exactly because we need to accommodate what are the characteristics of soil, so that we are able to direct investments, accommodating the characteristics of the soil, so that we don't do something that is crazy. We don't suggest to the countries, to the investors, to develop, to do an investment in a value chain that actually the soil cannot support. And of course, as was mentioned multiple times, in the bottom you see we have detailed information on who does what, because the idea is not necessarily to build something from zero. We want to complement the efforts of others. So each dot in the bottom map indicates where other partners are working, so that we know what they do, and we try to complement their efforts accordingly. As I mentioned earlier, we combine all these layers of information in order to identify where there is the unexploited potential in each country, but also in the sub-region. This territorial analysis work has taken place for each and every country, and you saw several maps yesterday from participating countries that they are using them in order to target investment. And you see the relevant map here. We encourage the countries to invest in areas that they have dark green color, because there is, according to the data, that through investments, because if we target areas with high poverty, we do our job as FAO to lift people out of poverty or food insecurity. If we direct investments there, that they are profitable, and you saw the rates of return on the national value chains supported by hand in hand, as they have been analyzed by the investment center, there are profits for the private sector or the development partner that may reach out. There are various differences from the national maps, because exactly now we try to see the connectivity across the countries in the region, but also what is the potential for the various value chains or the agri-food systems as a sector for the whole sub-region. So this is the typology map that our team, the economic and GIS analysis team of the Hand in Hand initiative has been preparing. And in addition, we do similar work for specific value chains. The idea, specific value chains that, as you saw both yesterday from NOMA, but also today in the summary, they have been prioritized by the countries, by the sub-region. So the idea is, through the geospatial information that we have available in the GIS platform of Hand in Hand, to try to put the different layers together, so that we are able to connect major supply areas for prioritized commodities with major demand areas, like the cities, or transportation hubs, if it is to be exported. We know that we are talking about coffee, we talk about the dairy or the slaughterhouses, because it's connected, of course, with livestock. And the idea is, we know where there are the major supply areas. We try to see what is the transportation network around the major supply areas for coffee, for livestock, so that we are able, and as well other layers that have to do with electricity or even internet, so that we are able to consider establishing there facilities, aggregation centers, slaughterhouses, as you see, for livestock, or dairy collection centers, so that we are able to connect the supply areas for each commodity, coffee, livestock, with the major demand areas. The greener the color, the highest the potential to install there some facility that will be able to connect the supply with the demand. So this is the case for coffee, this is the case for dairy, this is the case for slaughterhouses. And similar work has been taking place for maize and also rice. The work is still ongoing, of course, but the idea is that the GIS analysis of the Hand in Hand initiative will be supporting the countries here in the region, in the sub-region, to identify where they would like to see these investments taking place in order to establish facilities that will be able to connect, as I mentioned multiple times already, the major supply areas for prioritized commodities with major demand areas. Of course, this analysis, the GIS analysis, can take you that far. It cannot tell you anything more. Okay, it's supportive of the work, but it can take you that far. The idea is, with the support of the investment center, to try to analyze from a regional perspective, for the prioritized value chains, the cost-benefit, to conduct the cost-benefit analysis that will give us the economic, financial viability of each one of these investments, but also the environmental sustainability. Because you saw also in the national value chains, national investments presented yesterday, we estimate also carbon emissions in order to be able to indicate what is the environmental impact of the investments that they are analyzed with the support of the hand-in-hand initiative. I can bring you this analysis. Of course, the investment analysis has not taken place yet in the sub-region. We are just launching today the program these days. But I can bring you as an example in Southern Africa. I can bring you here as an example the irrigation systems that we try to develop in Southern Africa. There is GIS work that indicates in the little blue dots that you see on the maps where there is the potential for irrigable land across all countries in the sub-region in Southern Africa. It's very small, what you see here in the maps, but basically we're talking about thousands or even hundreds of thousands of hectares. Now, the GIS analysis takes into consideration the water bodies, the altitude, the type of the soil there, in order not to use surface water but groundwater up to a level of certain depth, so that we have sustainable use of water resources in the sub-region. The GIS analysis, as I said, it takes you that far. Then, with the support of the investment center, considering technologies that irrigation experts from FAO indicate, we do the cost-benefit analysis to see for a certain level, for a certain amount of hectares, how much it would cost to install irrigation technologies and what are the expected benefits for the investor. This is for Southern Africa. Irrigation, it was mentioned by various countries through their national plans yesterday. You may wish to consider a program, a complement, as part of the regional program, an investment in irrigation if the countries, of course, wish so. A similar, it was mentioned a bit later, yesterday, Southern Africa, the sum that hand in it's presented here. Basically, it's the same work always, the economic and financial analysis. We have investments in irrigation, you saw the map earlier, but also in agro-processing, in mechanization, and always in trade and market integration in order to support the regional connectivity across countries there, as you saw also yesterday, what we have been doing for this sub-region. The idea is that also in the sub-region of Southern Africa, each country has national value chains that they have prioritized, and they have been analyzed with hand-in-hand support. But we have complementary investments that the regional program that basically can be applied in every value chain. Irrigation can be applied in multiple value chains. You know, it doesn't matter the commodity necessarily. Agro-processing or mechanization is similar. If you need to develop industrialize somehow agriculture, agri-food systems, you can use for the specific value chain that one country, Zimbabwe, Zambia, prioritized agro-processing, mechanization, and so on and so forth. So the idea is to develop a similar program here. This is just an example, but this is what we are looking forward. As I mentioned already, the territorial analysis work has been done. The trade analysis was presented yesterday. What it would take in order to eliminate non-trade barriers in this sub-region, it was presented by my colleague Nadia yesterday. So the rest of the work now is to find ways to develop the regional program for the integrated value chains, as I mentioned in the introduction, how we transport feed to develop the livestock sector or the other value chains from a regional point of view, as I mentioned already. So thank you very much. That's the presentation, and I think my colleague from the Investment Center will be following. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yeah, Takis, thank you very much for demonstrating how geospatial intelligence can strengthen strategic investment decisions and help target resources where they can generate the greatest impact. As you said, data is very important for mapping potentials, agroecological potentials, aiming at identifying where those potentials exist but not exploited. And then the main objective is to make sure we mobilize all stakeholders in poverty reduction process, moving from funding to investment. Before we go to the next speaker, I'll ask the IT colleagues if they can already upload the presentation for Mr. Franz Gussem that we are going to call now. One applause for our friend Takis for his presentation. This is the background of Hand in Hand. It's geospatial. Thank you, Takis. Colleagues from IT unit, can you upload the presentation? We are going to call Mr. Franz Gussen.
Yeah, good morning.
Franz, are you online?
Yes, yes. Do you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you.
Just give
Good
us some
morning, everybody over there.
Good morning, Franz. Just a few minutes, they are going to upload your presentation.
Yes.
Are we good to go? Franz is our senior economist with the FAO Investment Center. He's based in Rome. We are going to hear from him. Maybe Franz, you can start. Yeah, thank you for being here. Thank you for your availability. You can start presenting while they upload your presentation. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you. So I will, as you all know, in every hand-in-hand proposal, there's an economic and financial analysis. And not only in the hand-in-hand proposal, but when every financier decides to finance a project and when government takes the decision, they will ask for economic and financial analysis in advance. So as not all of us, not everybody is economists, I was asked to clarify briefly the concepts. So an economic and financial analysis is in fact the simulation of the project. So once we receive the project proposal, we will simulate it. We will build in Excel a model where we take use assumptions for the investments, the inputs we need, labor. We need the yields that we expect to obtain, the market prices, and then this model will give some simulate the revenues that we will earn, the cash flow, and also the financing requirements. So in a way, the financial analysis will guide stakeholders of a new project, so that they can take informed decisions. Next slide, please. So we always talk about financial and economic analysis. There's a difference. Financial analysis, we look at the perspective of the private investor and financier. And the economic analysis, we look at the perspective of the society as a whole, the country as a whole, the government. So when we, in the hand-in-hand initiative, most of what we undertake is a financial analysis, because these are proposals that are submitted to private investors. We want to work with private investors. So we want to analyze the perspective of the private investors. So with the analysis, or we can develop models for different proposals. We can also develop models for different technologies. For example, if we want to finance an irrigation project, do we go for solar irrigation? Do we want drip irrigation? Or do we prefer rain-fed? We can make simulations of the different technologies and then decide. Same, for example, for livestock investments. Do we go for a smallholder farm, or do we go for a large commercial farm? We can simulate both approaches and then compare the results. Assess in advance already the future profitability and sustainability. To be sustainable, a project needs to be profitable. And then we can also look at the financing requirements. The first years of the model will show that in year one, we certainly have a negative cash flow. Who is going to finance it? The bank, the private investor, or the farmer himself. When we look at the economic analysis, so from perspective of society, we can also assess the development impact of the project. For example, what will be the contribution to the economy, to job creation, to fiscal revenues, import substitution, poverty reduction, climate change. In the same way, we can analyze the impact of agricultural policies. So, for example, government will decide to import duties. What will be the impact of this on the value chain, or if export subsidies? So briefly, the financial and economic analysis allows to analyze investments and policy measures that have an impact on the investment environment. Next slide, please. So let's now first talk more in depth about the financial analysis. So when we start the financial analysis, we typically make Excel models. For example, when it's about crop production, we make the crop budgets, we can make the enterprise budgets, an enterprise model of a slaughterhouse, a storage facility, a processing facility, whatever investment in private sector, we can make the model of it, where we define the future yields, the prices, investment costs in infrastructure, equipment, the labor requirement, will it be higher, will it be family labor, also the input prices. All we use market prices for the financial model. Once we have this, then we can simulate the future revenues. So year by year, often we do it over a period of 10 or 20 years. 10 years when we have a simple basic crop model. 20 years when it's, for example, a plantation, a cacao plantation, palm oil plantation, because there you need to invest first several years, and then you have your benefits. So in many cases, we also compare the with project and without project situation. So, for example, a farmer is producing a crop in a rain-fed situation. Does it make sense to also go for irrigation and have a second harvest in the dry season? And which crop should he use? Should he go for maize in the rainy season, to a combination of maize and vegetables, or from maize in the rainy seasons without project, rain-fed maize, go to rice combined with vegetables in a with project situation? So all this can be simulated, that we have our incremental revenues, costs, and cash flows. And we can discuss about the results. We can bring the stakeholders around the table and say, these are the proposals we have. The next step will then be, as I said before already, how is it going to be financed? So the first year, the cash flow will be negative. Who will finance it? The farmer, the investor, the project, can give a matching grant, for example, or the bank or another financier. So we can bring the stakeholders around the table and see which approach we use. Next slide, please. So here you see the 5 key financial performance indicators. So these are the indicators you've seen already in the hand-in-hand presentations. Generally, we use 5 or at least 3 of the 5. First, the internal rate of return. The internal rate of return is a percentage. It's the annual return generated by an investment over the lifetime of the project. And we decide to finance a project if this rate of return is higher than the market rate, or we call it the financial discount rate. It can be the market rate. It can be, for example, the rate that's paid on a government treasury bond, or the money that you can get if you put your money, the interest you can get when you put your money in a bank account. So usually in projects, the financial rate of return is somewhere between, let's say, 15 and 35% in most of the hand-in-hand proposals. And we also have the second indicator, very popular also, you've seen it in all the presentations. Is a net present value, the NPV. It's calculated as the present value of benefits minus the present value of cost. This means that when you have $100 now, it's not the same as having $100 in 10 years' time. If you have it now, it has a higher value because over the years you will have inflation and so on and so on. And so you calculate, in fact, the value today of the project. In this way, you can compare projects. So because the net present value is a dollar amount, and we decide to finance the project if the net present value is higher than is positive. The third one is the benefit cost ratio. So this is the ratio between the benefits and the costs of the project. And the benefit cost ratio should be higher than 1. For example, if it's 1.8, it means that I invest $1 in the project and it generates $1.8. So the benefit cost ratio is very important in the banking sector because they want to know if the client, if he invests money in a project, if the profitability is enough to pay back the loan. The fourth one is the gross margin. And the gross margin is the total revenue that the project will give minus the variable cost, the operating cost. In case of a smallholder farm, this is also an interesting measure because it reflects family income. Let's say the family buys inputs, produces, sells the crop. What's left over, the difference between the sales and what they buy, is the money that comes to the family. And nowadays, in recent analysis, there's more and more interest in this gross margin analysis. How much money will the farmer earn? And then the latest indicator is job creation and also return to family labor. And this one is also becoming more and more important in the international community, also among governments in everywhere in the world, because jobs for young people are important. So the analysis allows us to calculate how much jobs will be created, and also how much these people, the people who work in the project will earn per working day. So the poverty rate is usually been around $2 in both countries. If someone invests in a project, for example, a farmer, will it give him a higher revenue, and how much? How much? So you see these gross margin and then job creation, return to labor, are very good indicators to capture the well-being of the family. And but the first three indicators are more for the financial people and the banks and the governments. The other two are important for the family itself, the farm. Next slide, please. Now a few words about the economic analysis. They often go together. We always talk about financial and economic analysis. So, as I said before, in the financial analysis, we look at the farmer or the businessman. He invests. How much money will he make? How profitable will the business be? For the governments, also economic analysis is important, because it will indicate how much it contributes to the economy. So, and what we do here is that we take the financial models and we convert them in economic models. And to do this, we use economic conversion factors, also the opportunity cost of labor. And so we convert in the financial models all the prices in economic prices. So, and why do we do this? Let me give a small example. If, for example, like in East Africa, if there's an import duty on rice for rice imports, in this case, you bring the internal market price a bit up, so that it becomes higher than the world market price, and that your farmers can compete. You have the same, for example, for poultry in Rwanda, where there is an import duty on poultry. So now this is a benefit for the farmer. He has a higher price, but there's also a cost for the society, because now the consumer in the country has to pay a higher price for the rice and for the poultry. So in the economic analysis, we want to quantify this, calculate how much this is, how much the difference is. That's why we use economic price. All these corrections, we remove taxes, subsidies, matching grants, everything. We use the opportunity cost of labor. And then we are going to aggregate all the benefits of the project at project level. We define how many beneficiaries we have for each type of activity. For example, we have a project and we say, okay, how many farmers are producing rice? How many farmers are livestock? How many people are in the storage, etc. We calculate the number of beneficiaries for each of them, the number of benefits for each of them, and then how many of each of these beneficiaries we have, and we aggregate it at the project level. so that we have one indicator at the level, at the national level, or at the level of the projects. And then, if possible, we also quantify other benefits. For example, you invest in a regional development projects. You don't only have the impact at the farm level to higher yields, with prices, but you also have an impact on local economic development. Or you invest in a road, then means that farmers will have market access, and prices of crops will go up, prices of other goods will go down. You invest in food production, so you have benefits from nutrition. You invest in drinkable water, so your people are less sick. They have less sick days. So we quantify all this. My colleague was also talking about greenhouse gas mitigation. We can calculate with the FAO exact tool. We can calculate the greenhouse gas mitigation in the project. And once we have this volume, then we can give it a value. So there are market prices for greenhouse gas mitigation. And so we can give it an economic value, a dollar amount. The same for this nutrition, less sick days. What's the value of 1 day? So we can quantify this. What's the value of local economic development? We quantify it. And all these are economic benefits of the project. So we can also bring them in the overall calculation. So next slide, please.
Hear me?
Yes, now, yes.
France, can you hear me? Yeah, can you please just wrap up?
Yes. Okay, let me be faster.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have an economic rate of return, and it is different from the financial rate of return. The financial rate of return looks at the private investor. The economic rate of return looks at the return for the country as a whole. Generally, it should be at least between 6 and 10%. That's what used internationally to decide if or is not investing in a project. So let me then go to the last slide. So once we have undertaken this analysis, we have all the results with our Excel. Then we started to look at the interpretation of the results. So for the financial analysis, perspective of the private investor, is it justified this project or not? If it's justified, we can go to the preparation of the investment plan, the action plan. We can decide how to finance it. Own contribution, loans, matching grants, etc. And then we look at the economic analysis and we say, okay, what does this contribute to the economic development of the country? Job creation, fiscal revenues, import substitution, poverty reduction, climate change. So, as we see, the economic and financial analysis is an essential tool, and so we use it in every hand-to-hand proposal to assess the results, and we only keep the if the returns are too low or too, then we have to reconsider the proposal or to adjust if necessary. Thank you for your attention.
The importance of rigorous analysis, financial and economy. You took us from project proposal, the analysis, funding model or modeling, up to determining the investment rate or return rate. I think this is very important. We started from geospatial with Takis. Now you've laid the ground. I know all the colleagues here have prepared already investment opportunities using some of your analysis. But again, it's good to have on board private sector here to see if what we have done, where we have reached, is if we are on course. So I don't know, Jerome, do we have like 10 minutes for questions? I'm sure we have questions for our two, maybe 5. Okay, so please raise your hand, give your name, and give us the name of the person you are targeting for the question so that we can move forward. Thank you. Thank you, Franz. Thank you, Takis. Over to you, colleagues. Yes, over there. Please give your name.
All right, thank you. My name is Kevin. I'm the co-founder of a tech startup in Rwanda called Hectare, where we develop credit scoring models for financial institutions using geospatial data. So my question is for tax. So I was very interested in those analyses you did. So I wanted to ask if we can be able to access the data you used in making those models, those suitability models, especially soil data, because it's hard for us private sector to get access to the soil data in our country. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kelvin. More questions? More questions? Takis, over to you.
Okay. Thank you for the question. The Hand in Hand initiative has put together the Geospatial Information Systems platform for Hand in Hand. It's a global public good, and all the data, all the maps are available to everyone as long as you have the link. The web page is open. We just need to give to someone the web page link, and then you can access all the data. It's about 2 million layers of data, everything around environment, agriculture, water, climate, anything you can imagine, livestock, and everything, and all of this is available to everyone. So it's a global public good, as I mentioned, and I just want to take the opportunity to add something. The types of analysis that Hand in Hand is doing to support the countries, both the GIS, but also the analysis of the investment center, is the standard tools utilized in investment sector in order to mobilize investments. You see the cost, you see the benefits. We provide additional information about targeting, where there is potential and poverty, but this is what whoever wants to invest considers in order to make a decision for investing. And all of this is accessible to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Takis. One more question so that we close the session. Yes, Ariella.
Thank you very much. It's a question to Takis and the entire team who has worked on that presentation. You identified at the end of your analysis the potential or common value chains or commodities of interest of the region, and you have made an initial mapping. Perhaps could you just elaborate what you see as immediate next steps to continue building them in terms of requirements, data, inputs, or just at high level, because maybe that will lead us also to see how we can work with at country level towards these. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I go? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
So thank you, Ariella, for the question. To be frank, I mean, from the territorial analysis point of view, most of the work has been done. I think we should do some additional work on irrigation, if you consider irrigation, if the sub-region or the countries, especially the countries, they consider that they would like to have improved water management through irrigation, and on blue transformation as well, because some of the countries yesterday they mentioned they want investments there. So from the territorial analysis part, we are pretty much okay. Then the investment analysis, the integrated value chains approach. For each value chain, this, I would hope that the investment center is able to help us. But basically, the way I know their work, there will be some missions in order to collect data. First, to identify what the countries would like to invest for. Aggregation centers, slaughterhouses, I don't know, establishments for coffee, to roast coffee, or other. This, in collaboration with the countries, the investment center will collect this data. I think I would leave it to France to reply to that. Thank you.
Thank you, Takis. France, are you there?
Yes.
Your
Yes,
thoughts, please.
indeed. Of course, we can, the investment center can assist with this. We work already in many countries, most of the countries in East Africa, and we also work from time to time on regional projects. For example, we worked on the China project, the dairy project, in 4 countries. We have regional initiatives that we support, and so we can easily with this modeling of the analysis and also modeling of value chains contribute and support governments and investors at regional level. Thank you.
Thank you, France. We have one more question. FAO Rwanda. Mohamed, over to you.
Thank you very much, Alex. First of all, I want to thank France, and I want to share a positive experience that the investment center was instrumental to help us design one of the best and highly regarded investment case for the small stock for Rwanda. and there is a potential investment opportunity. So sometimes if it's difficult to have a full-fledged investment, which will cost a lot of money, if the country offices are able to do the basic work, then there is a possibility for the investment center to help with the costing and improve the quality of the document in a cost-effective manner. So I thank him for that. About the geospatial analysis and economic possibilities, this region has huge potential, big population, very big internal market, but also cross-border opportunities. And you rightly said, tax the issue of the water, especially irrigation. There are important shared water resources within the region. And some countries are the source, others are the recipients, others are intermediary. But because of the climate change and because of the heating up of the geopolitics of cross-border resource use, I think there could be a possibility of common interest to pursue irrigation and water infrastructure development along the shared water corridor. It's not only for economic development, but also for stability, for employment opportunity, for food security, and for stability. The other issue, the LabSet, as I said yesterday, is a major infrastructure program that is between Kenya, Ethiopia, South Sudan, to a certain extent Somalia, because of the proximity to that, which may end up all the way to Uganda and Rwanda. And that itself cuts across through a major economic arteries. For instance, the starting is where the blue economy could be a possibility between Somalia and Kenya, and then you move, it cuts across the heartland of the livestock population for Somalia, Kenya, and also Ethiopia. But also it cuts in the major agricultural production system. So there are huge opportunities to develop and think in major cross-border economic corridors that FAO can help. The issue of the livestock sector, it has been coming very frequently, but the livestock per se is a major and huge sector. So sometimes, Norma and myself, we were talking yesterday afternoon briefly, we need to move from the livestock value chain and unpack it. For instance, the dairy sector is very huge. The livestock feed itself, every 2-3 years, we have a major drought in the Eastern Africa. And FAO and other humanitarian agencies, they go to Dubai to purchase livestock feed, which is an insult to the resources and the population of this region. So the livestock feed is a major cross-border which everybody is interested. The small ruminants, the poultry, because of the economic growth and middle income. Economic growth, there is a huge demand for livestock and livestock products. So maybe the next issue is for FAO and the partners to think about how we can unpack the livestock value chain into a sub value chains, which are also across the region. Of course, coffee, tea is another one. Maize is a very important corridor from Rwanda to Uganda to Kenya to southeastern Ethiopia. It's a major production area, and it's huge quantity, which is also consumed but also exported. So there's huge capacity to develop a bankable, highly impact, poverty reduction, food security, and economic development, economic corridors. We'll stop there.
Thank you very much for your comments, and thanks again to the Investment Center and to the Office of the Chief Economist. A hand of applause to the colleagues. We have finished the session 4A. Thank you, Franz. Thank you. Thank you, Takis. Good. Now we're going to tackle 4B. We've talked about geospatial, which is the background of the investment plan. We have also started already talking about analysis done by France, financial, economical analysis, which is also the background of the investment opportunities that are prepared already. Why shouldn't we hear from the investors, from the financial institutions? This is going to be on session 4B. So I'm going to call upon some of the colleagues here. Thank you for your availability. We have 5 people that we are going to call. They are from the private sector, they are from the bank, financial institutions. Dr. Bimal Kantaria.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Online.
Doctor, how are you doing? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Very good, thank you. Thank you for coming. Number 2 is Mr. Arsene Mpunga Imbambazi. He's the head of agriculture sector. Please, can you join me? You are welcome. Thank you for your time. Good. Mr. Alexis Bizimana, head of agribusiness. Mr. Alexis. Thank you, Alexis. You're welcome. Then we have Mr. Manasseh Manirankinga, head of agribusiness, Equity Bank Rwanda. Thank you for coming. Then Mr. Xavier Mugisha Shema, executive director for commercial businesses, Banque Populaire du Rwanda. Mr. Manasseh, you're welcome. Please have a seat. Okay. Very good. This is the first time I'm meeting you. Thank you for coming to enable us to put the names on the faces. Thank you for your presence. I'm going to go through a few questions. Yesterday we started the forum with analysis, with investment opportunities that were presented at country level, national investment opportunities. We also launched our sub-regional investment plan. So we are here to hear from you to see how we can put together what we have done and how you can come in and what will be your advices. Okay. Yeah, thank you. So let me start with Dr. Kantaria. From an investor's perspective, Dr. Kantaria, why are regional value chains becoming increasingly important for food transformation and investment attraction in Eastern Africa?
Thank you very much indeed, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bimal Kantari. I'm the chairman of the Agriculture Sector Network, and we are the umbrella body for all private sector BMOs in the country. So I wanted to highlight a couple of very important areas which I think are relevant to this discussion. First of all, regional trade is getting bigger, particularly through Kenya and East Africa, particularly because of our Africa Free Trade Agreement and the East African Community Trade Agreements. If you look at the statistics of the rate of growth of trade between Kenya and our neighbors, after the Africa Free Trade Agreement and the East African Community agreements have been sort of actualized. I know the Africa Free Trade Agreement hasn't been actualized in all the countries, but where it has, Kenya has seen a phenomenal growth in our exports to the region. If you look at total trade of Kenya, is about 45% of our exports are now within the region, particularly to Uganda, Tanzania, and Rwanda. Why that is quite important is we're not necessarily exporting jobs, but we're increasing industrialization in the region. Kenya has become a very important, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania have become very important parts of industrialization, whereby they're bringing in commodities like maize and sugar and processing them in Kenya and then re-exporting them in the region. So I think the trade agreements are extremely important, and whatever we can do to make trade more predictable, fewer non-tariff barriers, and more harmonized standards will just increase that trade throughout the region. The second one I think is very important to understand is that, particularly with development agencies like yourselves, I think we shouldn't be talking about what farmers can grow. I think that as a businessman, I think we need to first come from the other side. Where is the market? Who's going to pay for the market? Who's going to make the profit? So I think if you look at any decent businessman, and I know we had a session ago about the financials. We always look at the market. What will the market absorb? And then we must go backwards and say, what will the farmer eventually do to fulfill that demand? So important to fund the value chain itself. The third one I want to talk about is value addition. I mentioned to you briefly about how Kenya and East Africa is importing basic raw materials and then processing them and re-exporting them. I think that's by far the most important conversation we should have in this room. For too long, we've been talking about just growing the basic commodities without actually adding value to them. We like in Kenya, we still export most of our tea and coffee in basic raw form to overseas countries, and they process it and then bring it back. So we're leaving the profits to another country, and I think value addition, improvement, funding, I think that's going to be the most important discussion we can have as a private sector. I did want to talk very briefly about what the role of government is. Unfortunately, we've seen over the last 2 or 3 years, there's been a little bit more increase of government investments in subsidizing agriculture. Our view is, I think by government becoming involved in various parts of the agriculture value chain, including perhaps subsidizing things like fertilizer, it completely disrupts the private sector and replaces us. I think that's going to be one of the biggest challenges we face is how does government get involved in the agriculture chain without replacing private capital? And I know you all understand what I'm saying when especially in Africa over the last sort of 3 years after the fertilizer prices went up, most of the African governments have now got themselves involved into subsidizing these kind of inputs, which completely disrupts the whole the private sector investment logic. It crowds us out. There's less innovation. Private sector sometimes disorientated on what our role is and what is the government role. And finally, I did want to emphasize a couple of very important reasonable value chains. We've already talked about it, and various speakers before me have already spoken about it. But for us, grains and animal feeds are extremely important throughout the region, and I think if we can encourage it, that'll be great. Dairy, we've talked about livestock, and leather is another very important value chain for this part of the world. Horticulture, high value crops, again, we've talked about it. I've heard other speakers. And for me, coffee and tea and other commodities, which we just have to talk about how to process them, brand them, and traceability, and make sure we're adding value added to all of them. Mr. Moderator, I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Arsene Mpunga, one question for you. You play a critical role in financing Rwanda's transformation agenda, right? including investment in agriculture and agribusiness. What are the key ingredients that make an agricultural investment attractive for long-term financing, according to you?
Thank you. As you said, we looking at investment in agriculture and agribusinesses from a development banking perspective is a bit different from how a commercial bank would look at it. As we know, agriculture is one of those sectors that is very misunderstood, that is also perceived as very risky. So as a development institution, we tend to look at agriculture in a way that brings in catalytic financing and also that raises private and commercial banking and other MFIs investments. So, of course, the basics of financing remain the same in terms of financial viability, in terms of risk mitigation. But in a development sense, we also look at the impact that that investment is going to create. I'll give an example. Yesterday, we received presentation from the country representatives showing different areas of intervention and investments that can catalyze additional investment, but also solve a very specific issue. So let's say for the case of Rwanda, when I take coffee, we tend to look at coffee, of course, as an export crop. But when you look at the investments that are being done by financial institutions, those investments are very concentrated on the side of aggregation, because, as you know, coffee is a very smallholder dominated sector. That means that those aggregators are going to put together the cherries, maybe through the wet mill and dry mills, transform and export green and fully washed coffee. But the actual support to the producers is very limited. So for us as a development bank, we ensure that the investment is also there not only to support export, which is one of our key mandate, but also to support production and strategic investment. So in that case of coffee, we can talk about, yesterday we spoke about the rejuvenation. So we spoke about, we can also speak about large commercial scale coffee farming that is very low in the country. Adoption of improved seeds. We can talk about seeds like the RAB C15 that dramatically improve productivity, and also the adoption of sustainable agricultural practices like, of course, the intercropping in coffee, the adoption of irrigation, basically moving from that traditional production to modern production. So in general, our interventions are in two folds. We intervene through wholesale financing. That's when we deploy capital in commercial banks, MFIs, and SACCOs through strategic programs like CDAT, like Hatana, and the newly developed Kataza program. But also as a development bank, we do direct investments through long-term capital, as you said, that might require patient funds where commercial banks might not be willing to go. If you're going to produce coffee, let's say, you're going to wait for at least 3 to 4 years to reach peak production. And if you go into primary production and ask a commercial bank to go in there, they might not be willing. So we invest in those areas that require long-term funding, but also that catalyze investment into those sectors that might otherwise not be supported by other lenders and the private sector.
All right, thank you, Arsene. Thank you for your thoughts. We are now going to move to Mr. Alexis Bizimana. You are head of agribusiness. You work directly with agribusinesses and value chain actors who must operate in competitive markets while delivering sustainable growth. From the perspective of agribusiness investors and enterprises, what are the most important conditions that determine whether an agricultural opportunity is commercially viable and scalable? Over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Alex. I'm coming from the Bank of Kigali as head of agribusiness. Thank you very much. I think as from the investor perspective, the first thing to look at it is before you produce or before you start a business, is to look at the markets. You need to understand the markets. You need to measure the size of the demand, and you need to make sure that you have predictability in terms of the market and the price transparency. That's the key. Before you produce or before you provide any service, you need to assess that kind of market. The second one, in terms of condition, is the supply. You need to check on the consistency of supply and also the production capacity of the investment, because it's key in terms of raw materials availability. That's where even the regional value chain integration is key. It has to have this kind of, it's a clear scale in terms of demand, in terms of supply as well. The investors will look on our side, also we look on the economics and the cash flow part of it, because the critical question from the investor is how this investment will generate enough cash to pay back the investment. It's critical to check on the margin they're generating, the predictability of the cash flows, and be able to align in terms of financing structures. Another aspect we'll look at is the risk allocations. So we assess the risks and how it's managed, how to be allocated, and then be able to determine that the business can be commercially viable and scalable. Another component, it's around the promoter and the governance. So we need to look at the project itself, how it's been managed, the financial discipline, historical performance, the promoter contribution. All these kind of factors need to be assessed and then to be able to take decision. The final one is, if I believe that is cross-cutting of the other factors, is sustainability and inclusivity. So we need to check on the sustainability part, the impact of the project on the environment, the benefit on the social aspect, the inclusivity of it, so I can be able to have a clear vision how the project will be able to sustain and be able also to benefit from the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexi. Let's now go to our third, Mr. Manasseh, right? Yes. Good. You are working with the Equity Bank. Yes. You have extensive experience working with farmers, cooperatives, SMEs, and agribusinesses across the agricultural value chain. From your experience, what are the major constraints that prevent agricultural enterprises from accessing finance? And what practical measures can governments, financial institutions, and development partners adopt to bridge this gap?
Well, thank you very much. I'm called Manasseh, the head of agribusiness at Equity Bank. This is a very important question. I think people would need to understand. Mainly, they are classified into 5 major barriers. One, we need to all acknowledge that most of our farming activities are facing informality. With that, it is very difficult to even trace the back records and financial information, particularly when it comes to smallholder farmers. And those SMEs that we think they are big, we see that they even sell at farm gate. And if you ask, they could remember what they received in hands, but there is no transaction, whether electronically or via paper. So that is a major challenge. And with that, it is very difficult to assess the credit worthiness of that particular customer or agribusiness operator. The second one was said by my colleague Bambas, is a sector that is highly perceived as a high risk. And we would see that even financial institution or banks, the way they approach this sector is different. But we'll see that at least there is a positive progress. For instance, we have no choice at Equity Bank because our group CEO committed to lending at least 30% of the loan book by 2030. So we need to go into agriculture, much as it is highly perceived as a riskier sector. Being riskier, we know weather shocks, price volatility. There are issues to do with pests and diseases. All those upheavals are constraints for banks to raise the appetite in agriculture. We also have something to do with collateral. Of course, inadequate collateral. We all know that the banks or regulatory framework requires to have collateral. So you would imagine being a national or a foreigner, you want to invest in a particular country, the requirement will come as a collateral. So, and not necessarily in Rwanda, but we all know that if I'm coming in a particular country, I don't have a land there, I don't have a house, that's a challenge that I will face. However, banks are shifting from traditional lending in terms of requirements to a modern, let's say, transaction-based financing model. Another thing that we think is very key is weak market linkages. Yesterday, some presenters said about if I'm transporting commodities from a country A and I can spend, let's say, 2 days at custom clearing things, and given the perishability and the other implications that are in between, we would imagine that the market is becoming very difficult to fulfill even the contract between the supplier and the buyer. So market linkages is very key. We think that there should be a contract between producers and aggregators throughout the chain. Then we see contract between processors and those people who are distributors. And another thing that we see limiting some people to access finance is limited financial and technology capacity. We see that we are in an area of AI and digital transactions. How conversant our farmers, particularly rural areas, in terms of education, being able to even use the digital tools, having that records. So we think it is very important to combine both financial services or solution with capacity building for our farmers or targeted market. Over. Thank you very much.
Xavier, thank you. So one question, this is going to be the last question. So as a leader responsible for commercial agribusiness, business development, right? You interact with companies and investors across multiple sectors of the economy. So my question is, when evaluating larger agribusiness and value chain investment opportunities, what distinguishes a project that attracts commercial financing from one that remains difficult to finance? Over to you, Zaki.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. Before I probably respond to that question, allow me to start by commending the work done to put actually different stakeholders together and discuss this important item, which is basically agriculture. And it is of no doubt that agriculture is one of the East African greatest economic opportunities, and therefore it is very, very important that leaders and from different countries in the region come together to actually discuss this and come up with actually measures that will help us to drive and grow this sector, which is actually very, very important. Now, from a commercial banking perspective, my colleagues did mention about different challenges that a financial institution goes through while assessing the viability of a project. And I'll probably map it to five, what we call 5 C's in the credit framework, because it is actually easier to explain that way while qualifying a project to be a bankable project. And we'll probably tick each box to actually try to indicate some of the things that we look at as the financial institutions. One, we look at the character. Here, we're trying to assess, we actually try to respond to a question that says, who are the promoters behind this business? What is their reputation, their integrity, their experience in the sector? Are they people who actually understand the business? Are they people who also understand the market? Are they able to mitigate the risks that are related to this particular business they are doing? So character is very, very important. The question we're trying to answer here is, can we trust the people running the business? So the second point here, we also look at the capacity. Here we're trying to assess if the business is able to repay or to honor its short-term and long-term obligations. If the business is able to repay the loans, if the business is able to also generate enough cash flows to service the debt and also other obligations of the business. So the third thing we look at is also the capital. Here we're basically assessing the equity contribution in the business, because we believe that the more equity you put in the business, the more skin you put in the game, the more commitment you have for this particular business. And therefore, this is also a very important item we look at to ensure that this business, the promoters of the business are really committed to run this business and grow the business, and that provides really the more skin in the game provides confidence to a lender to invest in that particular business. So the fourth thing we look at is also conditions. Here we look at the market. What are the challenges that the business is going through? What are the market environment the business is operating in? Do they also understand challenges? What are the pricing, the regulatory framework, all those things, the competition? How is this business positioned to face the competition and win? So that is also a very important item that we look at. The fifth one, which is collateral. We also now look at what is going to be the fallback in case of in case the business goes bad. So by assessing this, we, of course, will look at the assets that the promoters are providing to as a secondary way of payment in case there's a problem. So now, the 5 C's I've just mentioned that we tick while assessing the eligibility of a project. There are so many challenges that comes with while we're assessing that. But also, as commercial banks, we also work with different stakeholders to facilitate and de-risk the projects. One of the things we do, if I may start with the collateral, one of the challenges that we see with some promoters or some businesses is that they don't have enough collaterals to provide to the banks for them to access financing. And what we do is, one, on top of the assets that are able to provide, we also do partnerships with different partners, especially guarantee schemes that are able to de-risk the business for us to be able to support the business growth. My colleagues did mention about challenges that we see while assessing the repayment capacity, where most of the businesses, especially the SME businesses, they have poor financial record, and therefore it becomes very difficult for banks to be able to assess their repayment capacity, and it becomes really difficult. So what we've now done is that we've moved away from just relying on the financials that customers will put together or provide, because sometimes they are not even, they don't reflect the reality. What we do is now we've moved to relying on those manual work that is done by the customer to leveraging on the technology and do what we call cash flow lending. So we basically developed scoring engines that will be able to use the data we have in our systems to then score and allocate limits to the different customers depending on how they're banking, and that has really helped us to move away from relying on the financials that are provided to basically score the data that we have and allocate limits, which makes it really very, very easy for us to support the agri business. Thank you. Those are.
Thank you, Xavier. We've heard from the 5 presenters, starting from Dr. Ntaria, Axel, Alexis, Manasseh, and Xavier. I've picked out some few words, starting from AFCFTA, trade, which is very important for our regional integration. What farmers can grow? I think this is a question. We have prepared an investment plan. We have decided and said, okay, this is what is going to be good for the country or for the growers. Now, the question is, how is government involved in this overall process? And I think when we go further, we see that we are talking about governance. We are talking about market. What is the market? Who should take care of the market? Where is the government? These are public investments. We discussed some other issues like the size of the demand. So you cannot just go into an investment plan for a crop or a product without knowing the market. Governance schemes again, and sustainability is very key, right? We also heard about risk, meaning that who is going to be risk? The government should be there to make sure we mitigate the risk. Technology, digital agriculture, and capacity building of farmers or stakeholders. I think these are points that I've just captured around here. I'm now going to give the floor to all of you to bring some questions, but let me just face the master of ceremony to see if we have time for questions now, or over to you. Thank you, presenters.
Thank you. Thank you.
Maybe only 2 questions.
Yeah.
Actually, they are from a lady. You can see there's no lady in your panel.
So tell me. We go for questions? Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much. I'm Alice Mukomujema, DG Value Chain Management and Trade here in Minagri. Thank you for the panelists. I just had two main. I don't know if there are questions or comments, but the first one is, I mean, I understand. I'm addressing. I want to address to Manasseh. You talked about different challenges, and I understand that. Obviously, I know most of them because we work together. But when it comes to the riskier, I mean, saying that agriculture is riskier, I don't really understand why you highlight that as the biggest. Yes, I understand that agriculture is riskier, but again, you bring in the aspect of collateral, and I'm like, since you ask farmers the collateral, why do you consider them as some? The sector as the riskier one. You can't maybe. I mean, it's limiting you to finance the sector, yet you consider the farmers as any other business. So I just wanted you to enlighten us on that. The second thing, you talked about the limited digital skills or even financial skills of farmers. Yes, which is correct. So I wanted you, not only equity, like all of you, all the banks, to think of your role in supporting the government to address this. Because as much as the government can invest in increasing the capacity of farmers in the financial literacy, digital literacy, I believe also you have something to play, because we all gain in this. So I believe we need also, I mean, the banks or financial institutions also need to come in and help us in in building or in increasing the level of digital and financial literacy. So that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you very much. I think Manasseh, I've got it. Let's go to other questions.
Hello, my name is Islam. We work as exporters here in Rwanda. I had just had a few questions. So the first one was, we all know that the loan rates here in Rwanda are a bit high. For agriculture in general, the margins are not high. So these are the first problem where we're not able to get loans from the commercial banks here because the loan rate is very high, and it doesn't make sense for us to take it. We won't be able to cover it. So that's one problem. I wanted to ask, is the rates high for a reason? Is it risk, or bank-to-bank lending is higher? That's the reason for it. Secondly, is there any new financial solutions that the banks have that can help agriculture companies? For example, are you guys thinking of going into, instead of collaterals just on assets, can it be on, for example, crops? Like, for the main problem we have is cash flow. The seasons here in Rwanda are short. So if you miss 2 weeks to 3 weeks, you're out. So is there a way where the banks can use the crop as collateral? If I bring something to a bank that has a warehouse or a bonded warehouse between them, they can say, okay, this is the collateral, we can proceed to giving you more financing? Or is there a thing where the bank can go half-half with the exporter in terms of purchasing and export? Like, just new financial solutions is more than just loaning with a certain rate and then getting it back after a year, which mostly works with construction but not export. And the other point I wanted to say is also, we work with a lot of farmers. A lot of farmers, they don't only use cash, they use Momo. So the reason they say they use Momo is because I think the transfer costs from bank to bank are high. But I think with an introduction of the e-cash, it can help a bit more. But when we go to the eastern side, surprisingly, a lot of the farmers use a BPR, because BPR did a lot of work for a couple of years ago in terms of getting the farmers there. So is there a way that the banks, for example, we work with BK, is there a way that BK can come with us when we engage with the farmers? You introduce to them, we talk to them, you tell them the benefits of using a bank and what can they do if they have like a credit rating with you. So that's, I think, one of the things the banks can do to mobilize more the farmers into more digital payments. Because if they use Momo, then they're not far away from using banks. That's all my questions.
All right. Thank you very much. 2 more questions. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Anton. I'm a farmer. I would like to, it's not a question, it's a suggestion about the problem that banks are raising up about collateral. Let me talk about for youth. You know, the youth have no collateral from the graduate. So some of problem we have been made is collateral and capital, but most of them is skills or experience. We can get experience from the farm. Through hand-in-hand initiative, how we can work by exchanging the youth from our countries. I think it's a good idea. Once the youth from Rwanda could go in Ethiopia to learn, to work, and learn from the different sectors about agribusiness. So the last one, thank you. I was talking about the problem bank raising up about the youth. The youth will have no collateral experience. That's why we can get the cash from the banks. I suggest that the youth from different countries through hand-in-hand initiative, how we can exchange the youth from graduate, where the youth can go in a different country to learn, to get some experience and cultures. That will allow us to make proper market skills. That way we can get money from the bank. So another request from the bank, you know, in the bank we have no room for the youth. The youth is the people who know money, just ideas. So I would like, so if it is possible, banks could open the desk for the youth. Once the youth come to you, bring ideas, then you can help them once you know the problems. If they try to explain the project, you can understand and you understand what you can help them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last question.
Good morning. I have a question to similar my colleague. My name is Muhammad Musa Hassan. I'm Somalia, and speaking from my experience building in agriculture company in Somalia. And the biggest challenge is not necessarily finding a market. It is a finance product that understand to how a cultural cash flow or cycle or return. To my question to the panel, what will it take for banks and investors to design financing around the economic of production sector rather than forcing a culture into normal banking sectors? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for all the questions. I think we are now going to give...
Hello. Mr.
Hello.
Moderator.
Yes.
There is question online.
Wait, give your name again.
Yeah, I have a question to Dr. Kantara. My question is, he was mentioned about the regional trade to become bigger in East African communities. And my question is there any possibility to expand the trade outside that community and align with the COMESA or the African Free Trade Agreement? And my second question is talking about subsidy. Subsidy disrupts the private sector. But if so, how can we uplift the smallholder farmers? As we know, most of the smallholder farmers in Africa living on subsistence. And how can we lift without subsidy? Nowadays, subsidy become a phenomenon even in developed countries. So I need, the response from Dr. Kantara about those issues. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kantaria. Apart from these questions, you may see some of the questions also, and then you can respond to some of them. Thank you. Over.
Can I answer the first question from gentleman from Eritrea?
Yes.
The point is what subsidies does is it disrupts private sector completely. I'll give you an example where they're subsidizing fertilizers. So at the moment, private sector has no incentive to necessarily do any innovation because we only have one market. We only supply to the government and the government does the distribution. Secondly, there's no competition between us. All that competitiveness between us on pricing, it's a standard price, it just goes. What we're saying is don't subsidize directly the one product. We have, World Bank came out with an e-voucher program. They give the e-voucher program to the farmer and the farmer can go and buy various inputs with that much money. So there's a mechanism of using money in the correct way. So you don't necessarily have to finance a particular product, but you say to the farmer, we'll give you an e-voucher and you can go and do what you want with it. But government intervention is important. I do agree with you that in certain conditions it is important, but I've seen it has to be very time limited and private sector is involved in the decision making. At the moment, in lots of African countries, decisions are made at government level and private sector not involved. So at the end of the day, it's us who are completely devastated. Look at it in some African countries, by government directly handling the fertilizer sector, it's completely wiped out the SME businesses throughout the chain. Because government is doing distributions, all the small agrovet shops which were doing the distribution have all had to close down. In thousands of shops have had to close down because fertilizer is no longer in their distribution. So I think it's very disruptive. Government can step in when there's a big problem in a certain part. So that's important. If you look at in Kenya, they've done a very clever thing. They subsidize, for instance, sugarcane fertilizers. Very specific sector because that's what they want to encourage. Hopefully, in 3 to 6 months, they'll exit that market. So I think it has to be targeted. It has to be using private sector involvement in it. Is that answering your question, my friend from Eritrea?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Doctor, do you have any advice for the youth before we go to the rest of the presenters? Any advice?
So we spend a lot of time with the youth at ASNET. Now, I agree with my young friend there that youth people don't have collateral for lending. But what we realize in Kenya is youth are very, very clever when it comes to IT, when it comes to marketing. So we're encouraging them, not necessarily to go into farming per se, is to be in the value chain in the middle somewhere. So from marketing to offering IT services to buying and selling, be a trader in the middle. We call them brokers in Kenya, where the need for capital is much less, but the intellectual need is there. They're very good at IT, some of these kids are. So what we've encouraging them to do is talk about technology. We're talking about how the youth can fit into the middle section. So we've seen a lot of youngsters are now buying and selling at farm gate. So they're involved there. But capital is not necessarily a big subject, but they become entrepreneurs in the middle. And we've seen really quite a lot of success in Kenya, including my own company. We've now created an agriculture technology center at Nairobi University. And the idea is to bring business skills to the youth, to encourage them how to be entrepreneurs without necessarily having a great deal of capital. So there is 100% of room in there. And you can see in Kenya, the youngsters want to go back into agriculture. There's quite a big move from the towns and cities back into agriculture, but in the specific part of the agriculture value chain. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, Dr. Kantaria. Thank you for your availability. Thank you for your thoughts. We are now going to give the floor to the other colleagues. Maybe I'll start from the end towards me here. So you have a lot of questions. Just pick one and give your an answer. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, there are so many questions, but I think there's a question asked by...
be very concise and short. Just go
yes.
forward. Thank you.
So my friend here asked if we cannot also consider MOMO statements, and I believe yes, we do actually. Only that currently we are doing it manually. We look at the bank statements. We also look at the MOMO statements. The next move now is how do we integrate with other stakeholders, including the telcos, to also have, the MOMO statement also be part of the scoring data that will now also automate the credit, process and also allocation of limits. So maybe that's what I would like to mention about that. The other thing, the other question you mentioned is if financial institutions do have new financial solutions, products basically. We do, and I usually summarize the the borrowing products into two ways. It's working capital financing and investment. So on the working capital financing, depending on the sector you are in, depending on the cash flow structures, working capital is structured that way. But you also mentioned something very important on the collateral. If a promoter or a business, if they don't have assets and they only have the stock, because you talked about the seeds. Yeah, we do also consider that as a collateral, but also need to have to manage the stock end to end through a third party that will help us on the collateral management, and based on that, because we have control on the stock, that can also be considered as a collateral, and we do that actually. Thank you.
Thank you, Manasseh. Yeah, thank you very much. One colleague asked about why are we perceiving, or people perceive agriculture as a risk here. I'll give you a few examples. A couple of 10 years, if not 9, we had the locust invasion across Africa. We have far more, if we can remember. And imagine that if thousands of hectares under which farmers grow maize, it affects even the maize miller that I have given, let's say, $1 million for investment. It will affect even those people who are sellers, even retail, because they won't have something to put in their warehouse. That's a very typical example. Let's look at the foot and mouth diseases, and something to do with the Rift Valley Rift Valley fever. It affects meat value chain, milk value chain from end to end. So that's how people perceive agriculture as a risk here. However, as I said, we can't say we won't finance, because there is no, with the statistics that we saw yesterday, GDP, employment, so it is imperative, it is not an option to finance agriculture. So something to do with financial literacy, I think most of the banks here in Rwanda, but particularly at Equity, we have Equity Group Foundation. What it does is to train smallholder farmers, SMEs, to be bankable, to become bankable in terms of having their records financial well established. For something to do with the interest rate, I think my colleagues have asked it. I'll relate it with the cost of fund. It's how much I pay to get the funding, then plus operating cost and the margin for the shareholders. So you would imagine that if that particular element is the basic. But again, into agriculture, that's why we call for de-risking instruments or mechanisms to come at least partner with the banks to at least low down, buy down the interest rate, because we all know that is a headache it's a barrier for primary producer particularly. For lending mechanism following the crop cycle, be assured that at least in Rwanda, we've noticed, I am a vet. In-house we have Dr. Vet who deals with livestock and dairy. My colleagues here, some are agronomists. I was brought from my farm to come and go into the banking sector. So we align our product with the production cycle, even other dynamics that are in between. Other person from a financial school, let's say banking school, would not understand. There is something to do with Momo. We consider any transaction. What matters is that transaction, is it verifiable? It has evidence. But going forward, as my colleague said, the sector is working how we can have a data center where I can log into and get all particulars, financials, asset that a borrower has for me to make an informed decision. Youth, for example, at Equity, we noticed that youth, they don't have a collateral. There is a certain amount that we set, which youth would come and pick. It is collateral free. So we worked with the AGRA specifically to see how the youth that they support are behaving, and then we came up with a decision of setting, let's say, a substantial amount which would save them in terms of working capital. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alex.
Yeah, thank you. Mine would be very quick intervention around the digital issues that the DG has raised. So as Bank of Kigali, we have a digital transformation journey that is quite aligned with the Rwanda digital transformation journey as well, where we did a lot in terms of supporting digital support in terms of subsidy program, where the farmers can get input and to be able to be familiar with digital technologies. Apart from that, we take decision deliberately that all microloans need to be digital on our side so they can be able to create a value proposition to our customers, being retail and agribusiness, where we put in all branches the digital ambassadors to support these farmers to be onboarded and be able to use the digital tools. The last one was around the value proposition again, where the transaction digital is not really costly compared to the costs of conventional transaction, and also having a way of communication or has been put in local language, and also the flexible way, the user-friendly technologies, which we hope that will be able to support that what we can do on our side. So on my colleague, my customer talking about the financial solution, pricing, and the farmers using Momo. So maybe I'll take it offline. I'm going to discuss on that, but the financial solution is available where we can take commodities as collateral to continue supporting our customers. The last one is on youth. On youth, we have a youth in agribusiness strategy where we take approach that the youth which are lacking experience in collateral, as the colleague said, we collaborate with our customers, our clients, we integrate the youth into the business model, the ecosystem, and then we come up with incentives so that they can be able to gain the experience, they start business, and then we develop around the cash flow lending model that can be able now, once they get experience, can be able to also start lending. That's the approach it took, and then it's yielding the results. Maybe we're going to also have offline discussion to see how we can scale it up on the model. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I think you responded to all the questions, but let's give the floor to Arsene, if you have one word to say, apart from what is said already by the colleagues, then we take it from there and we close the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I'm happy to at least get that feeling that we all agree that it's imperative to finance agriculture. Since my colleagues have responded to most of the questions, I would just like to take a few minutes to share experience. So on the side of technology, today, BRD has launched a program called Kataza. Now, Kataza is a program that is using financial modeling, index insurance, and other de-risking instruments like guarantees to support SACCOs to lend to the youth and especially smallholder farmers. So the way it works is you use geolocated data to ensure that, let's say, this plot of 1.5 hectares is earmarked for maize production. And the model basically calculates how much you can expect to get as output and how much inputs will go in, labor, and everything that goes into that production. And you lend tying the seasonality of that specific crops. Today we are doing, I think, 11 crops, and we are expanding to ensure that you are lending what that farmer exactly needs compared to especially what the market is expected to pay at harvest. So that tells you that it is possible to finance smallholder farmers, and it tells you that with proper structuring we can support agriculture. Another thing I can also share experience on is on the side of high cost of borrowing and also de-risking. So today we have been piloting a program called Shabuka. Shabuka is a direct intervention as opposed to the wholesale lending. So Shabuka is specifically for women. Today we are lending to women at a rate of 12%. That's the aspect of cost of borrowing, but also the collateral requirement is limited to 15% of the total borrowing. So the idea is not to keep subsidizing lending or keep requiring low collaterals, but is to actually create a proof of concept in the industry to say that, okay, if this person can pay with only a 15% collateral coverage, then probably let's tell everyone to finance because we have created that proof of concept. Another thing to close, I would say, to wrap up, is that yesterday I think DG Chantal presented the current arable land that we have in Rwanda, which is a little bit below 1.4 million hectares. So I think the only way is to push productivity. Basically, how do we go from that average of two tons per hectare for maize to 8 to 9 to ensure that agriculture can produce more and can actually absorb the financial shocks that makes it look as maybe risky or hard to predict. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, all colleagues. This ends our session. Just 2 ways. We started with our investment plans without inviting them. Now they came at the end of the process, but we've got good ideas from them. Then we're going to improve our investment plan, make sure we fill the gaps before we submit it for funding. Thank you very much. Hand of applause to our colleagues. Over to you.
Thank you, You're usurping my job. A very interesting session. That was why we allow you to... please wait for your photograph. You spent 1 hour extra, and in the process, our coffee is getting cold. So please, if you don't mind, we'll quickly go for coffee. We'll spend just 20 minutes, so that we'll try and catch up during coffee and lunch break, because the next session is equally very, very important. Apologies too. It's not by design that we ended up with an all-male session. We invited at least 2 ladies, but they didn't show up. Coffee, please. Thanks. Djibouti. Yeah. You are number 1.
And Uganda later on.
Djibouti. Come to the high table. Djibouti is starting. Eritrea. Representative of Eritrea. I know Djibouti is here, just intentionally, so that they know we are starting. Ethiopia is here already. Kenya. Kenya, yeah, first 4. Kenya, first 4, yeah.
I'm here already.
You are second 11.
Okay.
Rwanda, Somalia, South Sudan, Uganda.
Next.
A lot of place. South Sudan.
You're pushing us. I know where you're going.
It's okay. No, they're already there. A second batch.
Kenya.
What time are you leaving? Our flight is better. Five, yeah. Yeah, but we need to check out where we go. Last time. Of course. No problem. Come inside the hall. Those who are outside, you will pay a fine, eh? This is. You better come if you want to sit with them. They started. Banker. Banker of women.
No, they will come later.
My brother, I think you should just start.
Okay. All right. Good morning. I think it's still morning, colleagues. It's my pleasure to welcome you to this session 5, Agripreneurs in Action, Showcasing Investment-Ready Enterprise for Agri-Food Transformation. My name is Izana Kasa. I can make my name longer, like Alex. Izana Getaun Kasa Olzadik Dasta Dambal. Yeah, it cannot serve you long. But you can call me Izana. So this, I think we heard from the bankers this morning. This session is designed to bring practical enterprise experience to the center of our discussion. We'll hear from country case, a digital marketplace, private sector actors and investors, and how agri-food enterprises are emerging, scaling, and contributing to value addition, job creation, innovation, and agri-food system transformation. I just want to summarize first the session's objective, the session 5. The session's objective is threefold. The first one is to showcase high potential agri-food enterprise and investment-ready opportunities from participating countries. We have already seen the presentations yesterday, but we'll have digital videos now. The second is to better understand what makes agri-food enterprise scalable, bankable, and attractive to investors, but from the investors or from the agripreneurs themselves. And the third is to facilitate practical dialogue among different stakeholders on how to strengthen partnership financing and follow-up support. By the end of this session, we hope to identify concrete opportunities, lessons, and follow-up actions that can help agripreneurs move from promising ideas to commercially viable and transformative agri-food business. The session will have two parts, as I have mentioned. The first, we will have country investment showcase, where country presenters will briefly introduce their country case before the showcasing video is played. After the country showcase, we'll have the second part, where we'll have a private sector roundtable, where our panelists will share perspectives on partnership, financing, scaling, and investment readiness. We will now move to the country investment showcase, digital marketplace for agri-food investment opportunities. I will kindly ask, we have the 4 country presenters here. I will kindly ask each presenter to keep the introduction very brief. We are, I think, running short of time, so that we can hear from all countries. And I also invite now the technical team to load the videos. And I will invite first the Djibouti hand-in-hand focal person, Mr. Ahmed Mohamed Adan, to briefly introduce the country case. You have 2 minutes. Welcome, Ahmed.
D'accord. OK. Merci. Donc, moi, je vais intervenir en français, comme je ne parlais pas l'anglais. Donc, merci tout le monde. J'ai le plaisir donc, de vous présenter la vidéo de Djibouti. consacrée donc aux investissements dans le cadre d'initiatives main dans la main. Cette vidéo présente les opportunités d'investissement prioritaires du pays pour la transformation des systèmes agroalimentaires. Elle met en évidence la position stratégique de Djibouti. Elle met en évidence aussi son accès donc, aux marchés régionaux et surtout les potentiels d'investissement que Djibouti présente. Et pour développer les chaînes de valeur agroalimentaires plus productifs, plus résilientes au changement climatique et commercialement viables. Ces opportunités sont vraiment pertinentes pour Djibouti. Elle associe donc la demande réelle de notre pays donc, pour la création de valeurs ajoutées, de substitution aux importations, parce qu'aujourd'hui, comme a dit l'autre jour notre secrétaire général, Djibouti importe 90% de l'extérieur. Et aujourd'hui, ces investissements que Djibouti présente, c'est beaucoup plus pour réduire l'importation. Elles peuvent également améliorer la sécurité alimentaire, créer des emplois durables, et notamment pour les jeunes et les femmes. Djibouti cherche donc des investisseurs privés, des institutions financières et des partenaires au développement pour contribuer à la transformation de ces opportunités en investissements viables et reproductifs à grande échelle. Je vous invite maintenant à découvrir à travers cette vidéo le potentiel d'investissement à Djibouti. Merci.
Thank you. The technical team, can you please play the video now?
4 secteurs répondent favorablement aux objectifs de l'initiative Hand in Hand. L'agriculture maraîchère, le palmier dattier, l'élevage et l'aquaculture. Terre d'élevage ancestral, Djibouti modernise aujourd'hui ses pratiques pastorales pour bâtir un secteur plus productif, plus résilient. Véritable carrefour régional, le pays s'impose comme un centre névralgique de l'exportation de bétail dans la Corne de l'Afrique. Avec 370 km de littoral sur la mer Rouge et le golfe d'Aden, Djibouti dispose d'un important potentiel halieutique. Autour du Goubet et de Kor Hangar, des zones pilotes d'aquaculture marine sont en cours de développement. La stratégie nationale pour une pêche durable mise sur la promotion de l'investissement privé avec une vision claire. Faire de Djibouti, hub régional de l'aquaculture durable et rentable en Afrique de l'Est. Investir dans l'agriculture de demain, Djibouti ouvre ses portes. Un ensoleillement constant, des ressources en eau maîtrisées et un fort potentiel de rendement font du maraîchage une filière d'avenir. En pleine expansion, ce secteur s'inscrit dans la dynamique de l'initiative Hand in Hand de la FAO, visant à renforcer la sécurité alimentaire et l'autosuffisance nationale. La filière du palmier dattier se structure et prend son essor grâce aux avancées biotechnologiques. Ces techniques innovantes permettent d'accroître significativement la productivité des plantations. Secteur porteur, propice aux partenariats public-privé, l'exploitation du palmier dattier s'intègre elle aussi pleinement dans le cadre de l'initiative Hand in Hand pour un développement agricole, durable et inclusif.
I invite the representative from Eritrea, Mr. Sidim Haile, to take the floor and briefly introduce the video. You will have to meet.
Okay. Good morning. As you saw yesterday from the explanation, the Eritrea has 9 investment-ready development project proposals are ready, and from this 9, banana, anchovies, paper, cactus, organic fertilizer, and poultry are the 9. Focusing on commodities viable and development-oriented opportunities were considered. Expected contribution to the food security, employment creation, export growth, import substitution, and climate resilience development was one of the areas considered for prioritizing this commodity. In the video, you will see for the top three, that is potato, banana, and anchovies. These three example represents approximately USD 66.2 million in investment. Overall, the average IR, the internal rate of return, is 28.4. Estimated beneficiary from these commodities are 106,000 and more. What you observe from the video will be commercial return and investment potentials in the country, benefit for farming and fishing communities, opportunities for young people and women, contribution to inclusive and climate resilient agri-food development. When you watch the video illustrates the scales, investment requirement, expected returns, and development benefits of three selected value chains. The remaining opportunities further expanded to investment space across agriculture, fishery, agro-processing, and input systems. For investment rationale for these three are strong potential in agro-processing and value addition, opportunities to export development and import substitution, potential to generate rural employment and support sustainable resource use, and business plans have been developed for 9 of them. It's ready for investment. Finally, the 9 value chain provide a strong platform to partnership and investment in Eritrea agri-food transformation. The portfolio combines commercial opportunities with food security, climate resilience, and inclusive growth. Saying this, I thank you.
Thank you.
Enjoy the video.
Thank you, Etira, for a very nice presentation and video. Let us now proceed to the next country case. I invite Ethiopia, to introduce it.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon to you all. Yes, the video will deal about, in general, what it means by investing in Ethiopia's agriculture. It is investing in the transformation of its entire agri-food system and creating shared economic opportunities for farmers, business, investors, and rural communities. So, the Ethiopia's agriculture, especially livestock, agribusiness sector, are major investment opportunities for economic growth. It covers all these. So, economic growth, job creation, poverty reduction, and agri-food system transformation. The video will tell all about this, and also it will cover, some opportunities like the presence of Ethiopian Airlines, where it connects the nearby potential markets, including the Far East, Near East, and so on. And the video actually highlights the 5 investment opportunities we yesterday, especially agricultural business to growing markets. Especially, as I told you, there are a lot of demands is urbanization and all the infrastructures, the fast-growing economy. Also, those are there as an opportunity in Ethiopia. So the investment and transformation potential, as we presented yesterday, it will really cover the proposed 5 investment cases require approximately 1.6 billion USD and could directly benefit about 2.7 million farm households. And the investment can help Ethiopia from predominantly smallholder and rainfed production towards a more productive, commercial, resilient, and value-added agri-food system. So mechanization and irrigation can raise productivity and resilience, while improved feed and the value addition is a major opportunity, particularly in coffee, where the rejuvenating coffee trees can increase production and farmers' income, while modern processing can improve quality, competitiveness, and export value, allowing Ethiopia to capture more value domestically. The investment can also generate jobs in rural enterprise across machinery and irrigation services, feed product, livestock, processing, logistics, and other agribusiness activities. They therefore have potential to stimulate private sector development while creating opportunities for smallholder user and rural communities.
Thank you. Let's keep our introduction short. There's a 2-minute video, so we should have less than 2-minute introduction. Now we can play the video for Ethiopia, please.
Ethiopia is rising. Welcome to the land of origins, where the first humans walked, where faith carved itself into stone, where nature breathes with power, and history whispers beneath every step. It begins with the land, fertile, vast, untapped. It sustains over 70% of our people, and now they lead its transformation. With large-scale irrigation, high-value crops, and smart farming, Ethiopia is cultivating more than produce. We're cultivating opportunity. In our special economic zones, machines hum with ambition. Beneath the highlands lies untold potential. Gold, lithium, potash, critical minerals for a changing world. The power to grow, generated clean, shared wide, from the force of the Blue Nile to the wind and sun of our plains. Ethiopia is one of Africa's richest renewable landscapes. Positioned at the crossroads of the region, Ethiopia is becoming a hub, not just for goods, but for connection. With new corridors, railways, dry ports, and digitized supply chains, from ancient cities to untouched highlands, from sacred traditions to world heritage, Ethiopia is experience, elevated. From the highlands to the hallways of opportunity, this is Ethiopia. Ethiopia is ready for partnership. Ethiopia is ready for progress. Ethiopia is ready for you.
Video, not handing an investment case. Thanks for that. We move now to the next country case. I invite Mr. Tito Arunga of Kenya to present, to introduce the video.
Yeah. No, thank you very much. You know, for Kenya, we've zeroed down on coffee. And I mean, the big question, why coffee? Coffee supports over 800,000 smallholder farmers in Kenya and runs into millions when you consider the other players across the value chain. Coffee, looking at suitability, can also work out of the 47 counties that we have, can actually work, there's potential within 35 counties out of the 47. So there's a great opportunity here We are moving into this investment to also take advantage of Kenya's quality of Arabica coffee, and you know how it's globally recognized and utilized also for blending other coffees. So this is our opportunity. The investment areas we're looking at are basically 5. One, directed at improving production and productivity. The second is on modernization of some of the mills, because we'd really like to see Kenya's coffee's quality also improve. The third, which is also connected to production and productivity, is bringing coffee and apiculture together for the pollination value, but also then getting a good product of honey out of it that can also create opportunities, job opportunities for many citizens of the country, particularly young women and men. Then the third is on improving the information asymmetry across the chain and looking at a digital trading platform. We think that transparency of information will also then lead to increase the empowerment, particularly of players across the chain, and particularly also in production, and giving them then access to direct market. And finally is on the issue of the coffee pulp, and seeing how we can use the circular economy, translating pulp into cascara tea. So we think those are great opportunities for job creation and increasing incomes for the population. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Tito. Technical team, please.
For over a century, Kenya has produced coffee the world competes for. Yet for decades, that promise has gone untapped. Aging trees, crumbling mills, farmers shut out of the very markets that value their coffee most. Production has thus declined over time, while thousands of tons of coffee pulp that hold untapped value go to waste. A united front comprising the Kenyan government, development partners, cooperatives, researchers, and the private sector has since turned the tide. With new laws that guaranteed fairer pay, institutional reforms, and a national seedling drive that mobilized over 800,000 smallholders, pushing coffee into new, high-altitude zones. The decline is over. The foundation is solid. Today, that foundation is ready for a revitalization. Modern, solar-powered mills to replace worn-out ones. A digital ecosystem that connects farmers directly to global buyers, transparency, fair prices, doubling incomes, tripling production, and an industry where waste becomes value. Coffee pulp brewed into cascara tea, bees boosting yields alongside the beans. Circular, sustainable, profitable. The numbers are clear. 30,000 new jobs. Climate-resilient systems securing supply for decades. In a world hungry for traceable African coffee, Kenya is positioned to lead. The policy is in place. The farmers are ready. The market is waiting. What we need now is partnership to scale, to modernize, and to claim our place. Kenya's coffee story is ready for its next chapter, and it starts with you.
Amazing video, thank you very much. We'd like to thank the four presenters and invite the second batch, Rwanda, Somalia, South Sudan, and Uganda to come to the stage. Thank you very much. A round of applause for Djibouti, Eritrea, Ethiopia, and Kenya. May I call Mehenaz, Nicholas, you're already here, Tashale, and Martin. Mehenaz, you'll be at the last. Yeah. South Sudan, sorry. When I see you, I remember Kenya. Sorry. It is Rwanda, South Sudan, Somalia, and Uganda. Yeah. It's okay. You can sit anywhere. I'll call your name. Yeah. All right. Now we call upon Ms. Manas Abacha to introduce this video.
Thank you so much. Distinguished guests, ladies, partners, and investors, I'm delighted to present the value chain investments in Rwanda. Agriculture is backbone of the economy of Rwanda, and it is contributing more than 69% to the 27% to the GDP, but more than 69% of the population is involved in the agriculture sector, and it is providing more than 600,000 jobs to the rural farmers, youth, and women farmers. The value, the hand-in-hand investment is in Rwanda is around $415 million around the 6 value chains, which are coffee, tea, livestock, chili, avocado, and Irish potato. Here I would like to highlight one thing: strong political will and ownership of the government. These investment cases are not stand-alone investment cases. These are aligned to the 5th Strategic Plan for Agricultural Transformation of the Ministry of Agriculture and Animal Resources. It contributes to the national transformation agenda of the government of Rwanda, whether it is all about economic empowerment, social empowerment, or transformational governance. So these value chains are focusing not only on the productivity, so as highlighted by DG Chantal yesterday, that only in the coffee sector they are planning to expand the coffee production in more than 10,000 hectares of land. Same goes for the tea. So it is to increase the productivity of high quality tea and coffee, but also processing, value addition, and job creation for youth and women entrepreneurs. Here in Rwanda, the government has linked this value chains with the legacy program, where the government of Rwanda has highlighted 5 or 6 value chains during the Africa Food System Forum in 2024. And based on these joint programs, there are flagship programs prepared by the Ministry of Agriculture and Animal Resources together with relevant ministries of Youth and Arts and Ministry of Commerce and Trade. And these 8 flagship programs are focusing on these selected value chains, which are under the hand-in-hand I have mentioned. And these flagship programs are entirely focusing on creating jobs for youth in these selected value chains. And now this is contributing towards the World Bank and AFDB program, World Bank's program on AgriConnect Compact, but at the same time AFDB's new investment in the selected value chains in the food basket sites. So the more you will see during the video. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Manas.
Welcome to Rwanda, the country of 1,000 hills with great investment potential.
Thank you very much. I will now move to South Sudan. Nicholas, welcome.
Thank you, Izana. So for South Sudan, we'll pick up from yesterday's announcement that South Sudan is a land where fish die of old age, and through this video, you'll be able to see why. So the video will make you appreciate the vastness of South Sudan, the resources it has in terms of land, water, especially in the form of rivers, swamps, lakes. You'll also get glimpses to how people live from the city of Juba to the rural setups. You'll also get to see that even if we don't generate hydroelectric power, we're already putting in place the infrastructure to distribute power. You'll also see how solar-powered irrigation systems are at work. We'll also feature some glimpses into the agriculture conference held earlier this year, where we had a forum to sell what South Sudan has to offer in the agriculture sector, but also the potential for agricultural value chains. Lastly, scattered all over the video, you'll see clips of the value chains that we are proposing, including livestock, fisheries, and crops. And of course, you'll also get to see the people of South Sudan. Thank you.
Somalia, located in the Horn of Africa, is a nation of strategic importance. With a 3,300...
Show the video twice is not a problem.
So I think it was my mistake. I want South Sudan before Somalia.
Yeah.
In order of the place I worked.
Biases.
Okay, South Sudan.
Welcome to South Sudan, the world's youngest nation of opportunity. Only 4% of South Sudan's arable land is cultivated, yet the country enjoys abundant rainfall, fertile soils and diverse agroecological zones, perfect for crops like sorghum and rice. From fish-rich waters to one of Africa's largest livestock populations, the natural resource base is vast. With peace gaining ground, the government of South Sudan is committed to unlocking private sector growth and attracting investments that transform lives. Through the FAO Hand-in-Hand initiative, we have identified high-potential investment cases shaped by local needs. Targeted, informed, government-backed, these are bankable investment cases ready for partnership. Be part of South Sudan's transformation. Invest in agriculture.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we go to Somalia.
Okay, thank you very much, Izana. Excellencies, distinguished guests, all protocols observed. Our video showcases Somalia's unleashed potential and has identified investment opportunities, have a strong potential on production, processing, value addition, and a high market demand. They can also create competitive agribusiness. They can reduce food losses and connect the youth with the market to engage, especially using the women with agriculture development and agribusiness. It will generate jobs and raise also the rural economy. We believe that with the right partnership, we can build a modern, resilient and inclusive agri-food system in Somalia. We cordially invite you to watch the video and to partner with us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bashara. You can bring in
Somalia, located in the Horn of Africa, is a nation of strategic importance. With a 3,333-kilometer coastline, it connects global trade routes between the Indian Ocean and the Gulf of Aden. Home to over 16 million people, Somalia's economy is powered by agriculture and livestock, contributing over 70% of GDP and employing more than 80% of the population. The country boasts 8.9 million hectares of arable land, vast underground water reserves, and 3 major rivers, the Shabelle, Juba, and Dawa. Livestock is equally vital, with 57 million animals, 30.5 million goats, 13 million sheep, 6.6 million camels, and 5.5 million cattle, contributing to 45% of GDP. To unlock this potential, Somalia's National Transformation Plan, aligned with the FAO's Hand-in-Hand initiative, is driving inclusive, climate-resilient growth. 4 priority value chains are at the heart of this strategy. Sesame, boost production by 50% and build a processing factory in Lower Juba. Maize, increase output by 50% and reduce imports through local processing in Lower Shebele. Dairy, scale fresh milk production near Mogadishu to replace $200 million in imports. Fodder, address a 34% feed deficit and support 200,000 livestock keepers in Juba and Shebele. This $183 million investment will benefit 2.6 million people, generate a net present value of $13.75 million and reduce over 94,000 tons of CO2 emissions over 20 years. Somalia is ready to grow by transforming agriculture and livestock, empowering communities, and building a resilient future. The country is advancing the Sustainable Development Goals, ending poverty, SDG 1, achieving zero hunger, SDG 2, and reducing inequalities, SDG 10. The future is growing. Join us.
Thank you, Somalia. I'm sure you have seen some parts of Somalia you might have not seen before. Yes. Now, last but not least, we invite Uganda, Mr. Martin Damian, to give us a brief introduction.
Hello. Okay, thank you. Dear delegates, partners, and the investors present here and those online, it's the pleasure to welcome you to the video that highlights the hand-in-hand investment portfolio for Uganda, which is the strategic framework for unlocking the opportunities in Uganda for an inclusive and sustainable growth through the transformation of the agri-food systems in Uganda. Uganda offers a compelling investment destination, which is underpinned by a number of factors: economic growth, agricultural resources, friendly investor incentives, and a clear ambition to address agro-industrialization and prosperity in Uganda. The video highlights 6 value chains, which includes dairy processing, hides and leather processing, maize processing, banana processing, and the one-stop inputs and mechanization center. This address aimed at addressing a number of key value chain bottlenecks, addressing value addition, reducing post-harvest losses, and overall, of course, to address issue of agro-industrialization, issues of addressing, contributing to addressing SDG 1 and SDG 2. Beyond the financial returns that of interest to the private sector, certainly there's a lot that can be achieved through this investment program. So we invite the private sector to engage with Uganda in promoting this, addressing this investment portfolio. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you very much. Thank you all country presenters for this rich and amazing videos. The videos have shown the diversity of agri-food investment opportunities across the countries, as well as the innovations, entrepreneurship, and local capacity that already exists in our agri-food systems. I think what's required now is a responsible, strategic investment that can unlock those potentials. Let's give a round of applause to introduce us here. Do you have to take a picture with them? They will not come back. Okay. The country showcase has helped us to identify the promising opportunities. The next important question is, what will it take to finance, scale, and sustain those opportunities? This brings us to the next session, the second part of this session, the private sector roundtable on partnership, financing, and scaling agri-food investments. In this roundtable, we will hear from private sector leaders, investors, and agribusiness practitioners who bring practical experience in entrepreneurship, technology investment, readiness, production, market linkage, and business growth. I would like to call upon the panelists one by one. Mr. Ibrahim Ali Yahya from Hector Agri-Tech. Ibrahim. Good. Mr. Ibrahim Ali Yahya is a partnership and development specialist at Hector Agri-Tech. He brings experience in business and project management with expertise in climate finance, agriculture investment, climate adaptation, and sustainable development partnership in Somalia. The next panelist is Ms. Kibrat Alamayo, the Chief Executive Officer of Kibrat Farm. She brings experience in agriculture production and enterprise management, with her farm producing various types of crops and other commodities, alongside active engagement in imports and export agribusiness. Next, I call upon Dr. Mukama Geoffrey, Country Technical Sales Manager at FAO DGs Uganda. He brings expertise in animal nutrition, livestock value chain, quality standards, and technical support. Next, I will call upon Ms. Solange Murekezi Uwingabi, founder and managing director of Odelis Honey Limited and chairperson of the Rwanda Beekeeping Association, Value Chain Association. She brings strong experience in sustainable agriculture, honey value addition, women's entrepreneurship, and inclusive value chain development in Rwanda. Last but not least, we have Mr. Francois Sengiuva, managing director and founder of Kilimo General Business Limited, a company focusing on seed production. He is a member of Private Sector Federation of Rwanda, and he led the Rwanda Agriculture and Livestock Chamber, one of the biggest clusters of Rwanda private sector. We are also pleased to have a colleague joining us online, Mr. Oz Koskuna, co-founder an investor at Sky Harvest in Austria. Is Mr. Pons online? Yes, great. Mr. Koskuna brings in an investor and technology perspective, particularly on satellite power solutions for agriculture finance, insurance, and investment. So together, those panelists bring practical perspective from farm enterprise management, agri-tech partnership, climate finance, value chain development, women-led agribusiness leadership, and also leadership of institutions promoting private sector development. We'll invite each panelist to respond briefly to one guided question. I kindly request each speaker to keep their responses focused and practical within a maximum of 4 minutes, so that we leave enough time for each panelist to contribute. The first question goes to Mr. Ibrahim Ali Yahya. Mr. Ibrahim, from your experience, what are the main constraints agripreneurs face in moving from early growth stage to commercial scale?
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, allow me to express my sincere appreciation to the Food Agriculture Organization for initiating and organizing this initiative and this forum, and bringing us together, these all stakeholders, to discuss this important issue. Going back to our question on how we can scale to a commercial business, I would like to highlight several things, including the finance, which is very important, and also the technical capacity, the lack of technical capacity and technology, and also the climate shocks and disasters, especially in Somalia. We face very, very big challenges when it comes to disasters, droughts, and floods. And also access to market is also a constraint in terms of this issue, and also the infrastructure. The important point is not in Somalia's agripreneurs is not only finance, more than the need of the right combination of finance, technical assistance, and also the cooperation. Sharing this experience and technical expertise will contribute to the development from a startup business to scale to a commercial business. If we can create that kind of environment and ecosystem, I think companies like Hector Agritech can shift those solutions to scale up to a grown business. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibrahim, for sharing the entrepreneur's perspective. I would like now to go back to online participants. I invite Mr. Koskuna joining online to share his reflection on which agri-food innovations or business models have the strongest potential to drive value addition, job creation, and agri-food system transformation, and why.
Thank you for the invitation to this event, and I would like to thank FAO, our friends in FAO, for organizing, and want to salute all the excellencies and distinguished guests. We talked about a lot, I think we talked a lot about investment readiness in this panel, and then most often the conversation moved towards the innovation, the modernization, and other systems, but regularly we are as a human, we tend to not be able to focus on the trust part of the equation, the human part of the equation. For me, the most important thing about that we are trying to fix is that the building trust between the institutions who are creating the value chain or the financial chain. The My background in space and business management, space science and business management. So this is how I look at the things that we, as also an investor, active investor in Africa. So I can also feel how it feels from our side of the table when we want to take certain risks in investments. And generally, the biggest concern is not what they have. Obviously, Africa has amazing opportunities, very rich in resources, very rich in human capital. But when most of the deals are boiling down to trust. So for our case, we are trying to focus. I can't hear you. Did you say something?
No, we can't hear you. Go ahead, please. Go ahead, continue.
Okay, I think I missed. So mostly we are just focusing on the, we are trying to I think
you can go ahead, I think.
Okay. We are trying to create the value chain for the trust. So there are two options, two opportunities that we are focusing in Africa. One is agricultural finance, and another one is the forestry. As you might know, the carbon market has become a $1 billion level market and one of the fastest markets in Africa. So it is basically where European or African, it doesn't matter, or American companies, they want to offset their carbon footprint by purchasing carbon credits. And this industry, even though it's one of the fastest growing industry, it is very, very low regulated and lack of trust. So one of the solutions that we came up is creating a platform from verification from satellite to give highest assurance to the investor who invest in your forest. Another one is the financial management for the mostly on land agricultural the finance that we can verify through satellite. So it's like, if you can repeat the question, because I get a lot of the echo, so I would like to be more accurate about your questions.
Yeah, the question was if you can share your reflection on which agri-food innovations or business models have the strongest potential to drive value addition, job creation, and agri-food system transformation, and why?
I think that the highest value, to my point of view, highest value comes from the investing in the economical chain, the financial chain, creating the foundation for the financial transparency, so that the investment would come. It is hard to justify in the sense of the job creation, but the job creation is a result of investment as well. So we need to fix the first problem of the investment readiness. How we make the international institutions or private investors trust the process. Trust comes from observation, verification, control. That you can confidently observe the situation, then you build the trust. Trust doesn't come just by words. That happens often. So this is the thing that I think that African countries first focus how we can create the trust between the organizations who wants to invest and us. I mean, sitting from here, I don't think there is a capital problem in the world. I don't think so. The people are saying online, but I don't think so. Like, I have met bankers who are saying that, yeah, give me a call. I will send $5 billion investment to whichever country, but they have one issue. So can you find an insurance company to insure my investment over there? And there is none. There is none. They don't want to do it because there's not enough data. There's not enough statistical data, and there isn't enough trust to that when you don't have trust, risk is high. When risk is high, financing costs a lot of money, and it just continues like this. So that's my take from investment readiness, and then which technology that Africa should invest first. Of course, everything else is also important, like modernization of the agriculture, training of the farmers, anything else. But we need to have the strong verification system that will integrate us, Africa, to the world, rest of the world, to the Western societies. And this one comes, of course, I am quite biased from the company that I'm managing, but this comes from the most objective resource, which is satellite. Satellite science is I would argue, it is the most underutilized technology in agriculture. I know that big corporate organization using the precision agriculture, which is very strong, but in other parts of the societies like government or the investment bodies, they are extremely underutilizing this very, very valuable technologies, and the technology itself is being used in the wrong way. So FAO has an amazing geospatial unit, amazing. They're at the cutting edge of the space science, but it is about connecting human, economy, financial values, nature, and everything together. So that's what we are trying to fix, and hopefully the Africa will be better in this sense. And that's my take.
Okay,
I hope that was a good answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Koskuna. The emphasis on investing on trust and also technology is very important. I now invite Ms. Kibrat Alamayo to reflect on the operational, market, and infrastructure condition needed for agri-food enterprise to scale up sustainably.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Kibrat Alamayo from Ethiopia. First, I would like to thank the organization of this program to invite private sector or investors. The question is what operational market and infrastructure conditions are needed for agri-food enterprise can scale sustainable, he says that. When I say agri-food enterprise can scale sustainable when the three key conditions are in place. First, access to finance and quality inputs. These are working capital, equipment finance, investment capital, insurance, risk sharing mechanism, digital payment or digital skills, market information, good management systems. The above things important for agri-food growth. And the next, market conditions. Reliable buyer and customers include wholesalers, processors, exporters, retailers. Quality and certification system, formal market requirements. And next, better infrastructure conditions such as better roads and transport, reduce transport costs to improve market access, reduce post-harvest loss, and allow strategic sales. Irrigation, storage facilities, electricity to reduce costs at the same time, and stronger links to processor and buyers are essential to create stable markets when these elements work together. Agro-food enterprise can grow, create jobs, and contribute to regional development. These are key conditions agro-food enterprise scale sustainable. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Kibrat, that grounded us well of the operational realities of agripreneurs. I now turn to Dr. Mukama Geoffrey. My question is, what kind of technical support, partnership, and quality standards are needed to make agri-food enterprise more competitive and investment ready?
Thank you. I also want to pass on a vote of thanks to FAO for organizing and bringing us as private sector to deliberate on the industry. What are some of those standards that we look out for that would enhance the sector? First of all, before we even look at the standards, I think we need to look at the sector as a complete cycle. When we are investing, most of us, when we invest at one chain, we don't consider the other sections of the chain. For example, if somebody is investing into, say, as a farmer, he looks at the chicken and is looking at only the egg or the meat that is going to come out. But it is more to do with the chicken that will help complete the cycle. So we need investments that will sort of complete the entire cycle, because that chicken is feeding on feeds that are coming from crops, but is also giving droppings. If we do not process those droppings into, for example, fertilizer and feed the crops, it means that at one time T, either the fertilizers are going to be very expensive to afford the raw materials, or we may reach a point that our soils are completely depleted, and therefore we cannot have the raw materials. For example, where I come from in the feed sector, we are fed 90% from the crop sector. So if there is no investment to return the nutrients back into the soils, then we have a problem on the future of the industry, definitely. Look at, for example, governments are always promising a skilled labor and everything. I'll look at extension systems, for example. As investors, when we invest, for example, in animal feeds, we expect that there is a continuous support from the government extension workers to ensure that the farmers are productive, which we found in most cases, either they are there in person, but there is less of update, continuous professional development for them to match with the demand at any time. So there should be deliberate efforts to invest in the human resource. Coming to standards, we've seen that, for example, many raw materials end up in the hands of non-professional processors. I'll give an example of soya. A country will give you a bulk of how much soya they produce, but how much of it is processed to standards is always wanting. And when you look at most of the standards that I've read, they more or less look at the nutritional part and do not look at the processing conditions. Yet most of us, when we are buying such raw materials, we're looking at both the nutritional and the processing, like the non-nutritional factors that are present, so that it fits to be used in our animal feeds, for example. So we need to focus, we need to update our standards to that level. But also, we've also seen shifts in the interpretations of some of the, should I say, standards that are from one country to another. We need to harmonize, so that if I'm producing, for example, in Kenya, and the standards on paper, it is harmonized. In reality, when these institutions seem not to be coordinating at a corporate level, everything looks really fine. When you go to the real institutions that are implementing, there are some gaps. For example, if you are with KEBS in Kenya, has an interpretation, then you come to UNBS in Uganda, has a different interpretation. If you are with URA, and for example, we say we have a common market, and therefore we are exempted to import duty. I will give an example of animal feed still in Kenya, where we have a factory and we want to import into Uganda, because Kenya gets exemption on some of the raw materials for manufacturing goods for Kenyan market, even when we manufacture in Kenya using different raw materials, not those that are gazetted for the Kenyan market. The Ugandan market interprets that the entire factory gets exemptions, and therefore we are supposed to pay import duties on such goods. So but it's actually not a position of the government, but the people that are interpreting at institutional levels have a problem. So we need to harmonize on some of those operational standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mukama, and the emphasis to harmonize standards, also investing on human resources. I now invite Ms. Solange to share practical lessons from Rwanda's private sector experience in building strong linkage between agripreneurs, investors, government, and development partners.
Thank you very much. Thank you for giving this opportunity to share with the audience the Rwandan experience in terms of this investment and access to the market, all those incentives around to enable entrepreneurs to access the market and to grow big. I will take a small example, a small case of for example, for the tea sector. If you look at the strategy Rwanda has taken to grow that sector, specifically in tea, Rwanda has treated tea as a strategic export commodity. Therefore, they looked at the entire value chain where the government actively attracted private investors into the tea sector. Then it expanded the production base. They availed spaces where people can expand the production. After that, they organized farmers into structured commercial relationships where those farmers are all put in a cooperative or a group of people who can supply a certain industry which is around in their villages. Rwanda invested heavily in the quality, in standards. When you look at the product Rwanda is trying to sell at the international market or around the globe, they really focus on the quality, and they set up the infrastructure that can allow people to market the product from Rwanda. They also build processing capability. They give incentives. For example, the government has set a export growth fund under Rwanda Development Bank, where an entrepreneur wants to grow or want to expand or scale up the business, there is a facility at the Rwanda Development Bank where at least one can be able to expand or scale up the business to make sure it can satisfy the market. Rwanda also has introduced a connected production to international market. I'll give a small example for example, the honey sector, which is yet untapped. But looking at the strategy of the government, they look at the market first before even they invest in what they want to invest in. For the case of the honey business or the apiculture sector, for example, Rwanda has signed the protocol with the Chinese market, which is one of the global biggest markets around the globe. Looking at that strategy of signing the protocol with the Chinese market gives the insurance of whoever wants to invest in the beekeeping sector. Those are the strategies that the government has set. And for the agribusiness also, we have the NAEB, the National Agricultural Export Development Board, which is an infrastructure which is there for any business which is in agribusiness, which is ready for the export, where at least they can have all the support in terms of market readiness, export readiness, quality, standard control, the entire value chain to control so that they can ensure that the products that are going to the international market can be at least meeting the requirement at the global level. This means that for this industry, the agribusiness, we can say that making available the infrastructure to guarantee at least that the quality is ensured to access the international market, give the insurance for the entrepreneurs to make sure they can at least access to this is an inclusive platform where there is no limitation to whoever wants to access the international market. So those are kind of, to name few that are at least available for the international access to international market. But also you can say that apart from the NAEB facility, which is there as an entity which is always there to support the export market, we have those funds that are available. We have this system, the entire ecosystem, which helps entrepreneurs to have information and to have also the one-stop center where we can have all information about whatever I want to, being the access to standardization for the quality insurance for the material, for the product we want to export or to scale up, being the access to standards, access to the market informations, all the facilities are in one-stop center, which is there to give the information, access to capacity building, everything that one can need to get information about the scaling up of the businesses. Those are some of the few I can name for now, but there's a very big, if we need to talk about the enablers that are around the agribusiness sector, I think we can spend all the day here, but otherwise the government has said there all the facilities that are available for people. A small thing that I want to also emphasize about the small farmers, for example, in agribusiness, we have the insurance, which is available for our small farmers. This insurance, the government subsidizes 40% of the value of the insurance to make sure at least the small farmers can be able to access or can guarantee, which for me, there's no excuse for these bankers not to be able to give finance to farmers. If farmers are insured already and they have subsidies from the government, I don't think the banks need to directly deal with one farmer. I think they should look at what the crop they want to deal with. Who is that person? Who is the aggregator in this kind of? Who is that person who wants to invest in that sector so that at least they have the insurance that the farmers, they're insured already at their level, and the investor who wants to have that insurance that at least whatever he invests in, there is a guarantee that this thing would be successful. There's no risk at all. Whenever I'm very sorry that there's no insurance companies that are came in this meeting, but I think this should to those insurers that should be here also to discuss and give the assurance about that. Those are small and just share with you about this this issue.
Thank you very much on emphasizing the role government plays to serve, investment. Finally, but to comment on the same question, but what should be concrete commitments or follow-up actions should be taken after this session to connect promising agripreneurs with financing, partnership, and technical support. You're welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm really happy to be here sharing with you, all of you, what the private sector is taking from these discussions and what can be done to be able to move ahead in our agriculture transformation. First of all, let me appreciate what the government of Rwanda is doing to set up in Rwanda the ecosystem for production, for food production, and even for export production. They have invested a lot of money in partnership with development partners to put up basic infrastructure like irrigation schemes, terraces, post-harvest infrastructure, feeder roads, regulatory framework. All those things allow us as private sector to come in and invest surely. That is very, very good. Again, I want also to thank the banks which were here this morning. In Rwanda, they did an incredible work. I do remember in 2003, the agriculture lending was less than 1%, but today they are really across 10%, which is very, very good. And here we are delighted to have Mr. Alexis from Bank of Kigali, and please help me to applaud him. Bank of Kigali is doing a lot of things to facilitate investment in agriculture. I'm not advocating for Bank of Kigali, but I am just saying what is being done. From input distribution, they have Baker Tech House, which is helping us, helping small farmers to get inputs, but also as investor, now it doesn't take long to get a loan from Bank of Kigali. 1 month, you are done, you understand each other, you get your money and you go, you work, you invest. So that is very good. That helps us to do our job, and we really want to go to move ahead and scale up what we are doing. Some challenges are still faced, like yield. As an investor, for example, you invest in maize milling. At harvest, you have very good maize at a good price, but 2 months, 3 months after, you don't have it. And that brings us to a kind of price for volatility, which is not good in our business. So if we can really improve what we are achieving in yield, that will help our markets and also our prices to be stable in our business. So also there is a lack of customized ecosystem for agriculture financing. The banks, and especially commercial banks and the BRID, they are making a lot of efforts to avail finance and to lend us at good price. But if you look at it, and what I loved in this forum, we are talking about coordinated intervention, coordinated financing. So if you can move to coordinated financing with an adequate and affordable financing ecosystem, that will allow us to move ahead and make a credible transformation in our agriculture. The problem probably from our financing institutions, especially commercial ones, is that even agriculture loans are evaluated like other loans, commercial loans. I give you an example. If you put your money in seed production, it comes back after 18 months. So we need product. We need product that allows us to really to pay when you have our incomes in. So this affects negatively our cash flow, and really we would like to see that harmonized and really have something that should help us to align with our production cycle. At the end, I would like also to suggest and to recommend the government, as private sector, as a private investor, we cannot sustain, we cannot make long-term business without being backed by strong research. Research is very, very important for us at the beginning of our investment, along the life of our investment, until we say we have achieved what we have planned. So the research for us is needed, and it should help us to be more competitive and also more sustainable. Let me stop by here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the emphasis on the key roles the banks play, but still the challenge of them producing, coming up with the specific product tailored to the agriculture sector. I think that's a good point. And coordinated financing, and so the emphasis on research. We will now take a brief round of questions. You only have about 10 minutes. And reflections from the participants here. I encourage participants to keep questions concise and focused, preferably directed to a specific panelist, so that we are able to address them. So I'd like to open the floor. You can also comment. I know there are some other private sector in the room who wants to add more comments on what has been discussed is also welcome. I know we are approaching lunchtime. One of the things I will also ask, maybe when others are thinking of the question they want to raise, is what do you suggest will be a practical next step on moving this discussion forward to connect promising agripreneurs with finance, partnership, and technical support? Yes, there is another hand. We'll take questions and then please direct them to specific panelists if you can.
Good afternoon. I'm Agnes Uwera and I'm the founder of Hanye Enterprise based here in Kigali, Rwanda. Mine is not necessarily a question, but it's a point of concern. I'm truly believing that we are all here because of the bees. Yeah? Bees. And I'm so happy that at least today I get to see Solange on stage. Mine is a call to all of us to think about how much support we need to give to the bees as key contributors to the biodiversity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Agnes, for the beautiful comment. Yeah?
Good afternoon. My name is Freedom Radukunda. I'm a founder of a poultry company called Prolific Farm. My question goes to Mukama. It is about feed industry, those people who are into feeds, who are making feed, chicken feed, pig feed, all of them. They keep on changing the formula of the feed they make. The feed they give you today is totally different to the feed they give you the next day. And that affects smallholder farmers. You know, they don't even change the price. They might change the quality, but they keep the same price. And eventually, on those who are into layers, automatically you are going to lose a lot of eggs. Now, what can be done for those people who are into feed making, like to standardize what they are making? Like, sometimes I feel like they don't be honest about what they're doing. You know, it just depends on they have on the market. At least if they can let us know that, you know, there are some changes and we are going to reduce the price of a kg, it might help. So I want you to tack on that and, you know, be specific about what can be done, you know, to tackle that. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's any other question, we can take all questions, then we invite the panelists to answer. All right, if there's none, then who wants to take those questions? Yes.
Thank you. Fortunately, I'm also a farmer, so I can feel the pain. But I think there is a regulation gap in the animal feed sector. Some countries have taken some strides, some are still down. From the country where I come from, which is Uganda, I think they have just enacted the first the law to regulate the animal feeds. So we have always had a very unregulated sector. So everyone does whatever they want. I think it should be deliberate by the government to, first of all, put up the laws, but implement them. Definitely, if a company is not ethical enough, you will see people doing shortcuts and cheating here and there. And therefore, it should be deliberate by the government to help such value actors, like the farmers, to get value for their money by monitoring not only the nutritional section, because when I see most of the surveys are looking at the nutritional aspects and leaving the other aspect monitoring to see that they are still following the standards, do field surveys to understand what really the farmer is getting for their money they pay. Fortunately, maybe to talk for the group I work with, which is the diffuse group, which is Cowdice, we are almost everywhere in the region. So if you want the quality, definitely we don't need to be regulated by government. We are self-regulating, so we know what it means to have quality feeds. So just run to where you see Cowdice or diffuse, and you have the quality. But the government should do. There are not many companies that can do self-regulation on quality. We have also seen that, for example, the raw materials, every time we try to be so strict on the quality of raw materials, some of the suppliers to where people are not strict on raw materials because there is no regulation by the government. Instead of helping the suppliers comply with the regulations, because there is no clear regulation, they run away from you who is strict to other areas where there is no strictness on the quality. So I think we need a deliberate effort from government.
Thank you very much. Yes, Solan.
Thank you very much. I want to come back to my sister Agnes, who raised the issue of bees, which are not really taken care of. I want to impress the audience here about the beekeeping and how it has a very huge opportunity in terms of economic growth around the globe. If I need to give you just numbers, the global honey market is largely growing to the extent of today, the value is between 11 to 12 billion dollars yearly as the market value of honey. This is honey alone. I'm not talking about the other byproducts, which are royal jelly, which is very expensive, the bee venom, all those byproducts that you can find in the beehive. So when people think about the beekeeping, they think about this old model, this traditional beekeeping. They tend to put it behind everything while all the crops, all the environment depends on the pollination. Those pollinators, the air we breathe, everything we have in the nature depends on pollinators. So please, we need to put a special attention on these things. Looking at the numbers alone, some researchers showed that in 2013, the global market value will be around $15 billion yearly. Where are you? Where are we in terms of investing in these things? When we analyze this direct return on investment, banks or investors tend to look at those commodities that will give the return the next day or the next year, instead of looking at the long run or the long-term investment that is insured. At least these bees, they don't interfere with other crops. They don't even harm anything in the nature. Instead, they add value to the resilient climate and nature ecosystem. So looking at this, that means that people are not thinking about investing in beekeeping because they don't see the return in the way of in a very direct way. So I will give you a small example. 3 years ago, when we 2 years ago, when I came from China, when we signed the protocol with China to sell honey on the Chinese market, I came with a letter of intent of $1 million. I had a land which was like 38 hectares of moringa trees. When I came back, the government has put an irrigation system at around 4,000 hectares in that area. It is in the eastern province. And challenge of in this very context of hand-in-hand context, let's put our hands together to make sure we look at those untapped even sectors where there's no anything about investing there, and yet those untapped crops are very much valuable in terms of bringing back, I think, the economic growth among our communities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Solange. Let me sincerely thank all panelists and participants for an engaging and practical session. As you have heard, the discussion has reminded us that agri-food system transformation requires more than good ideas. It requires investment-ready enterprises, appropriate financing, I think that has been emphasized, enabling policies, but also infrastructure and technology adoption, continued technical support, and a very strong partnership. A partnership to create a very healthy investment ecosystem. I think that has been emphasized. I encourage all participants, especially government, investors, financial institutions, and development partners, to continue those conversations beyond this room and translate today's opportunities into concrete partnership and investment. And I thank you, and thank you for the panelists. Let's give them a round of applause.
Thank you, my dear brother, for excellent moderation. You deserve a picture with your balanced panel. Not only men this time. Yes. Good. So immediately after this photo, we'll go for lunch. I think we've had lunch. We'll take exactly 1 hour for lunch to try and catch up. Please make sure you all come back for what promises to be the most important segment. Business to business, business to government, and what have you. It's going to be very, very interesting. There will be this and matchmaking when we'll come back to this room. Okay. We're having lunch where we had it yesterday. Exactly the same process. Thank you. See you in an hour's time.
Esteemed participants, I know we are on the last lap, and we are a bit behind time, but I thank you for your perseverance for the past 2 days. The time for presentations is over now. It's said from the beginning, let's not just make it a talk show meeting or gathering. There's now time for us to have bankable actions, some follow-up actions to be made. As a result, this session is going to be divided into 2 sections. Firstly, you heard in the morning there was a summary presentation from the country offices. If there's need for us to refresh what each country presented, that can be shown again. But I think we still all remember what was presented. Then we have got the business community, we have got the financial committee. So what we are going to do is to have 6 tables, each with the government colleagues chairing, and an FAO colleague from that country as a rapporteur. Then the private sector, the business sector, we encourage you to go around to have a more detailed discussion with each country based on what they've presented. So there should be specific questions. It's going to last for about an hour to test specific propositions, qualify investor interest and what needs to be done or what is needed in order to make those prepositions a reality. So here are the tables. I think they are already there, are set for each country. I can see my colleague from South Sudan. You are just behind there. There's South Sudan on that table. So that's where you are going to sit. And then when we were discussing this, we thought possibly there could be a situation where the private sector might be interested in countries like Uganda, Kenya, and Ethiopia, and us in Somalia and South Sudan. There might not be that interest, but I want to tell you, as a business players, there are opportunities in those countries. So we encourage you also to move around the different countries and have more discussions in terms of the gaps. What are the policy issues? People were asking, some of you yesterday were asking about the exchange rates, the ability for them to be able to repatriate their profits from those countries. What are other issues which you want to discuss so that the government side can have, if they are not able to answer, they can say, we are going to take this back and be able to answer you back by a certain time frame. At the same time, you can also propose, if you wish, we would want to visit your country to get more information, and we have to come up with really sort of practical ways in terms of way forward. So those are some of the questions which we thought you could address in terms of a concrete step, in terms of moving forward, who is responsible for what, and we indicate the time frame for such activities to be undertaken. So that is for the first session. We also suggested, after that, we have another short session where we bring G to G, B to B, and then where FAO officers will come together and look at specific value chains across the region. So in the G to G, I think it's already been realized, there are countries, for example, in the coffee area, Uganda, Kenya, Ethiopia. What are those issues which you want to discuss at government level that can facilitate the growth of the industry across those countries? Is it to do anything with technical? Is it anything to do with trade barriers? A colleague here, I think from Uganda, was talking about quality, standardization of certain things. What are those issues which you want to discuss? Livestock is also across, as has been shown in the morning. What other, I know, for example, there's this Karamoja cluster, Turkana, Capoeira, and Karamoja. There is a lot of livestock in terms of trade. For example, in South Sudan, we have seen that animals are moving to the Kenyan side. There are better terms of trade, and they bring goats from the Kenyan side and sell to Juba. So those are some of the things which we want to look at. And then B2B, you might also want to discuss in terms of leverage. I think you are coming in at different levels of the value chains. Can you have some agreements, especially the financial sector which has been here? You might need to see how you can also make partnership with the financial sector and look at those possibilities. And then the FAO group will look at the different value chains across across the 6 countries. So after that, I think there will be another session, the last session in terms of reporting back in play manner. Is that clear? Any questions? Andrea, you have something to add? So we give it 40 minutes, and we see how it goes. Okay, thank you. So country offices, please go to your respective desks, and then we are asking the private sector. We also know we have got youth. You might be interested in visiting certain countries to understand what are opportunities, what are the youth doing in those specific countries, and what you might need to do to network. In South Sudan, we have got the Youth Forum, the youth chapter, which has already been launched. And maybe, is Farah here? No. Madam Kala, maybe we might also want to look at the youth forums across the region, how they can also be linked to each other from the different countries. Thank you so much. So countries, if you can stand up and raise your hand and say, here we are in Uganda. Uganda, where are you? Go to where the So you will be going around at the tables also asking them. Yes. Our business colleagues, can we start moving around the tables?
For this government, the first one.
Yeah.
What are you going to do for the now?
To the government.
Now, this government is the first round. Is
No, this round we are not. We are going to session 7, where we will report now.
I don't know. Just here. What are you? What gesture?
We are going to hear from the private sector. Are there any concrete steps in terms of or information gaps they want to hear about investing in those value chains?
Is there already presented once only, or is there additional? Any additional?
They can ask for that, for any additional. Yeah, they can also ask for an additional. Yeah, that possibly we are interested in these other crops. What are the situation? Yeah, I think it's still investing in agriculture, not possibly just in, but the whole purpose is for us to really to more hand in hand is more for targeted investment. Yeah, so that we don't run around everywhere. Yeah, so it's better to restrict it to the value chains.
Let me see.
Yeah.
Poultry, something
Yeah.
like this. You know,
Yeah.
where we present the animal feed and the ranch.
Yeah.
Mechanization, the local ones.
Yeah, but those are sort of to facilitate mechanization, for example. Feed is to facilitate mechanization, can help livestock or crops or whatever. Feed can help livestock, poultry, which is, yeah, so I think it all depends on how you want to, yeah, because there's linkage as enablers for the certain value chains. Yeah. Hello, colleagues. If we can try to wrap up this session, and once you have wrapped up, you can go and have your tea so that we can be able to come back for the other session at 20 to 4. You can also grab a cup of tea if you still want to discuss and come back to your table and discuss.
Tea is ready now.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Because now the problem is interest rate management, policy issue, supply, fertilizer, global security. The issue is not only we have something of 1%.
Thank you all. We still have the second session after. Now it's key people. But the people, of course, please go meet people in Ethiopia, in Kenya. Colleagues, can we have our cup of tea? Just for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, we come back. Colleagues, should we tell them to take their tea back? You can give me one. Host country? Host country, can you wrap up? Host country, can you wrap up? We are behind time now. Yes. 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes from now. Dear colleagues, can we have the first group which want to volunteer to present? Somalia, Djibouti, do you want to come and present what you discussed? Just any formal presentation. Ethiopia? Hello? Order, please. Can I have your attention? Ethiopia, welcome for your presentation.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm going to present the first session of the assignment.
Please go back to your seats. We are starting. Otherwise, I will start mentioning your names. Boss, please take your seat. Boss, please take your seat. Yes, please.
Shall I?
Yeah, continue.
Okay, I'm going to present the first session of the assignment where we're answering, actually responding against the questions, and the Ethiopian table was...
Please, we are starting. Come back in. Good. Bamlak. Communications. Back inside. We are starting. Ethiopia is presenting. You flog them. Ethiopia is presenting. It's okay. Fine. Yeah. Please start.
Okay.
Some people are flying at 4:30.
Yes, I'm going to start. So the Ethiopian presentation from the first session of the assignment, where the discussion between the investors, the Ethiopian investors, and the government delegates discussion held. So the sector, which sector? The sector they really interested were agriculture and livestock, especially livestock ranching, where the agriculture they are producing, especially agriculture, and they want to extend their agricultural production into the animal feed processing and the animal feed products. So they propose animal feed, especially, and animal feed, livestock production, and especially ranching. And also, where the investors are actually three of the big investors from Ethiopia that are delegated by the Ethiopian Crop Production and Export Association, with about over 6,000 local members, and among which only within one region, about 69 investors are there. I mean, 69 companies are there, especially in Gambela. So the interest, their interest is, they say immediately we need to just engage into this business, especially the animal feed and the livestock production, the livestock development sector. And they need to be assessed further, especially access to finance and, the credit facilities. They said they are always in a big challenge of getting access to finance, credit, to their actually limit, they want. So they want to see the government to assess and, support the access to finance. And the second one is the government to help them by improving the enabling environment, like infrastructures. They say the rural road, irrigation facilities, storage, and the like. And the other one is the market linkage, local and international. So they need market linkage, especially through digitalization. And also, they mentioned the bureaucracy. The bureaucracy somehow should be traced by the government. And also, there is also improved agricultural inputs needed, technology, innovations from the research, and the innovative outputs should be availed for the investors. And the modern mechanization also should be availed through different incentive mechanisms. And the responsible will be the government, especially the Ministry of Agriculture. And the third one is, so what happens next? What shall we do then? Where to start? Concrete step is present and full further discussion with the government. She's going to be presented for the investment and input sector under the Ministry of Agriculture, where State Minister is a focal for FAO, Ethiopia Country Office, and also the lead CO is closely working. So the concrete step will be present this discussion points and further discussion with the government. And a responsible party will be FAO Ethiopia, FAO Country Office, and Minister of Agriculture. And the timing will be within the coming, these all should be solved within the coming 12 months. 12 months. 1 year, about 1 year, 6 months to 12 months. Thank you.
Thank you, Ethiopia. Kenya, please. In alphabetical order, Kenya. I'm not being biased.
Good afternoon, everyone. So for Kenya, our value chain is coffee, and I think our principal secretary outlined why coffee, because of the impact that we foresee that it will create. So we already have investor interest, quite a number. The Equity Bank, and the interest is on a strong regional banking platform, extensive distribution capacity. Their interest is in financing of the investment cases. So we have the 5 cases, and some of them involve financing and mechanization. So they are keen to partner with Kenya, and their value proposition is that they have a strong regional banking platform. They have extensive distribution capability, value chain financing expertise, and they have a scalable lending, capacity building, and measurable impact. So the engagements have already begun, and from here, we'll continue doing the bilateral engagements to unbundle the areas of mutual interest. And then hopefully by the time we're going to the investment forum in Rome, we'll have agreed, or we'll have a partnership framework already in place, and possibly we'll be announcing it as Kenya. KCB Bank, also Kenya Commercial Bank, is also an interested partner, and they are proposing concessional lending to cooperatives for the modernization of factories. We've not explored, the value and all, but again, in terms of what next is to have those bilateral engagements and hopefully continue that conversation. The Access Bank also has an interest. Another big bank that has already been financing the coffee sector is Cooperative Bank of Kenya, and very aligned to the investment propositions. So we have Chevron Africa Limited. This is a solar equipment company that is proposing to provide solar equipment for the factory modernization and the milling infrastructure, but as well support factory waste water treatment and do some feasibility study to determine bankability of the cooperatives. Sassini Group, they're doing
On va l'entendre.
Oh yeah, maybe that will work.
Not yet. Technician.
It's back. So Samsaron Coffee and Tea Limited is a trading company that is expanding markets for Kenya coffee in non-traditional markets. So recently there was a shipment of a container to Italy, and we are looking at other markets. So their interest is to support cooperatives to market coffee. In terms of G2G, we have an upcoming project with the Italian Climate Fund. It's between Government of Kenya and Government of Italy to support coffee seedlings. Then we have multilateral funding through AgriConnect. I've had a few people mention. So coffee is a priority value chain in AgriConnect. So conversations are ongoing, and we want to believe that this hand-in-hand investment forum will support the government of Kenya to continue and concretize and make them bankable, and of course, the subsequent support in implementation. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. The next presenter is the representative of Rwanda, host country, Rwanda. Oh, okay.
Good afternoon. Rwanda Group was made of senior government officials, private sector investors, and FAO team which was supporting the group. We discussed about 3 value chains: coffee, honey, poultry, and avocado and chili. One of the participants, she was the one to introduce. She liked that honey be also introduced among the hand-in-hand value chains. But she was explained that honey has a big consideration under FAO, under what we call one OCOP, one crop, one country. So it has a good consideration, though it was not involved under hand-in-hand. Then we went to poultry. Of course, they raised some more. There are general challenges Rwanda value chain faces. First is competitiveness due to high production costs. Already they gave example where some products are, some Kenyan products are 30% less costly than Rwandans, meaning that Rwanda has really has a problem of competitiveness of its products, and this is due to high labor, high input costs, but also some other costs which goes along the whole value chain from production to export. And of course, the request was to the government to look at that and to try to address it. The second was a problem of standards, especially when it comes to animal feeds for poultry and the other animals such as pigs. The standards exist, but most of the time they are not enforced. There was a challenge of having chicks, young chicks for poultry. Though there are efforts to produce, there are some hatcheries which produce one-day chick for broilers, but there is a challenge still for layers. And for layers, the problem is that the layer producers, they have limited numbers, and investors fear to invest in a hatchery because of the market available in the country. But of course, there is an issue why regional countries don't go together to produce those feeds, for example, so that the region can be supplied. One gave an example of Tanzania, which produce good quality feeds, but when they are reached Rwanda, they are very, very expensive. On avocado, the problem was about quality of avocado exported. And the major challenge...
Cultivate, feed and fodder production to nourish the high head population, which is almost 60 million heads. We have also the highest number of the camel in the world, which is 10 million. So due to of such this high population of the species, it is must to cultivate. Parallel with this, we have also 35 feed and fodder deficit. So now we are going to cultivate 100 kilometer square all of feed and fodder for the riverine same on behalf of the Handy Initiative and fund getting from the African Development Bank. The other one is a genetic improvement. I already highlight. Then again, we are our genius in the genius breed. So we need to import 200 of the Holstein Friesian from the Holland to make 25% of the genetic improvement to enhance the productivity and production that nourished the local consumption. The fourth one is a poultry production. Again, we have 3 million only for the indigenous breed. You can imagine the population of the Somalia current is 20 million. It's just a matter of the breakfast with an hour. So now our initiative programs is to make genetic improvement for this as a broiler and layer, both of them. The first one is a honey production. This is untapped sector. Still we use locally as a local consumption. Now we are planning to get ISO certificate as a standardization program to export Somali honey to the rest of the world. The other one is a leather processing. Now we are export live animal and meat, not only value addition products. In aspect, it is good to export, but for another side, we need to make processing and value addition products, skin and hide. The seventh national agenda is live animal export. This is our vital and GDP and backbone of the the Sudan shift to the Somalia. Previously, almost we have exported 4 to 5 million. Now we shift 2 million from the Sudan and our local exportation number with the 5 million. It becomes the highest ever export number to the Gulf countries. For the aspect, it's good to export 7 million and earned 2.68 billion USD to the country. So we need also to make value addition product. We need to export meat, to export leather, to export ponds and produce our local industry. The last one is a meat exports. Why the Gulf countries are preferred to the Somali meat export rather than there is a high competitive between the region and the international. There are several reasons. The first one is our animals or our livestock is a open natural grazing system. This enables us to make them more delicious and comfortable while eating. It is not use any organic. It is not use any chemical. It is organic. It is naturally. So this is one. The other one is cheaper to the comparing to the exporting country like Australia and Iran or Brazil. Please next. Please. For the and this is for the livestock sector. How about for the crops? In Somalia, there is 3 different ministers due to a high number population of the livestock, due to high fertile land, which is 8.9 million, due to of the longest coastline, we make 3 different barrel ministry. Ministry of Livestock, Forest and Range, Ministry of Agriculture and Irrigation, Ministry of the Fishery and Blue Economy. So this is the structure. So for the crop production, we also selected the 7 initiative programs, starting for the maize, sorghum, cowpea, sesame, and banana, rice, and citrus. So this contributes for the GDP, both comparing and contrast, and it's almost 8 to 9% to the GDP, while the livestock contributes 45 up to 65. You can compare and contrast. The livestock, it's our backbone again. Let us go now to our 2 main questions. The next slide, please. Is there an investor interest currently in Somalia? Yes, almost. There are several private sector. While in Somalia, there is a national transformation plan, which is mainly engaged for the private sector. In Somalia, it's different to the rest of the neighboring countries. All the private sector, all the economy, education, electricity, water, they are under private sector. So the private sector is the core and the vital importance while we are talking any investor. So there is investors already there. They are investing for the feed and for the production. They are investing dairy farms. They are investing cash crop production, all the corridors of the cities, both the capital city and the city for the capital city of the states. Livestock value chain already started. There is a 10 million funded by the World Bank under the DRIVE project, which is a regional project. This is a pilot project. It is a grantine project. It is under the Gargara company. So if any private sector can take a loan and make finally to loan, and this money will circulate in order to make sustainable resilience, climate smart production in the country. The other one is the milk and meat. We have already talked. We export 200 million of the USD annually import for the milk powder only. So currently why we are prefer to import 200 species of the Holstein Friesian, and currently also parallel with this building of the central for the genetic improvement and breeding center. They are also complement one to each other in order to cover the demand for the livestock. Finally, live animals also. There is a foreign and local investors already there. There are some from Saudi Arabia, some from the Egypt. They are more and more, almost they are 10 up to quarantine stage, in which currently involved for the exportation of the live animal. For the production. Yeah, just is only one slide remain. Please back. Please, yeah, for the production. Although 80% or 80.9 million of the kilometer square of the territory of the Somalia is fertile for the cultivation of the feed and for the production. Now, there is a lot of the companies, one of them, Alaf, is here, already started to implement an heritage also they are here already, and green and company. Livestock value chain already and expand. Yes, maize post-harvesting loss. Although our group was part of the Sudanian private sector engagement, they have also appetite to make an investor for the post-harvesting loss, especially for the storage method of the maize in Somalia, and high demand in the Middle East of the maize. Please, last slide. The other one is what's the next step? Although we have seen our several national steps, is there any institutional frameworks? Is there any national agenda for this? Yes, there is an investment framework, national investment framework already planned by the Ministry of the Planning and investment forum. There is a National Livestock Investment Forum under the presidential office. This indicates again how Somalis give attention and full for this sector, followed by the crops. And there is also a strategic plan and the framework among these pilot projects, which is enabling environment. The government of the Somalia and mandates and responsibility to make enable environment and institutional frameworks, MOU agreements among regional or international. For instance, last year we have just taken agreements, several agreements, one with Algeria for the exportation of the chilled and frozen of the meat. The other one is Saudi Arabia, and so on. So there is also early International Livestock Research Institute to make research for both crops and livestock. So finally, I want to mention Somalia is ready to invest. Welcome with open hands, free and free. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Somalia. Thank you, Somalia. I allowed you to take more time because they did their meeting very close to the coffee shop. The next speaker is Uganda. Last but not the least. South Sudan opted out because the fishes are still dead. So they couldn't meet. There was no interest in their group. Uganda, please. Thank you. To the presenters, please endeavor to submit your report to the Secretariat. Otherwise, we'll not be able to capture them in the proceedings.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Out of the 6 investment cases that we presented, we got an interested in animal feeds and the intent is to establish 250,000 tons of feed, of the plan to process feed for poultry and piggery, where they are looking at poultry, 80% of that, and 20% for piggery feed. The interest is immediate, and they have been trying to test the market by importing the feeds into the market, but now they want to establish. What is needed to be assessed further? One is to, first of all, engage the Uganda Revenue Authority to ensure that the tax regimes that support animal feed investment are looked into, because what was their concern was steel component. For example, it attracts a tax, and yet it should be complementary to the establishment of investment, and yet it is also attracting a tax. So we'll have a discussion with URA to ensure that the tax regimes under the investment on animal feed is resolved. The timeline, we gave ourselves up to October, and that is going to be Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. The other immediate issues to assess the raw materials, quality and quantity. The interest is soybean production for them to be able to have enough raw materials. And also around October, we'll have established the quality and quantity and be able to share with the investor on the comfort of investment. The investor side is to do a full scoping of distribution and segmentation of the feed collection and where it is located in the country and where they can have enough raw materials. And that is September, because they really want to go into that line of investment. And this will also help to establish the location where the investment will be anchored. The other one is the standardization of the processing. What is realized is that the utilization of the current soya production ends up in some of the processing facilities that do not produce quality for supply to the feed mills that are packaging for those two poultry and piggery. So we'll assess the current utilization of the quantities that we have, and that is my Minister of Agriculture to share by October. Then fast track the animal feed regulations, where we have an Animal Feeds Act, but we are going under regulatory reform to have Food and Agriculture Regulatory Authority that will look at feed and food, feed, veterinary drugs, and agricultural chemicals, which we anticipate by December to have completed both the Act and the regulations. The other issue identified that needs to be assessed is the extension workers. What is realized is that it needs to be strengthened, but also harmonize the extension messages to be able to have enough production to fill the 250,000 metric tons. Then the other one is to also review the packaging and labeling of feeds, where they need to declare, let's say, the maximum limits, but also we also realize that we need to assess the testing capacities for the laboratories that will be handling both the raw material side and the finished product. And we also gave that by October 2026. So once all that is done, we give the comfort, the investor, that that will be done within the timelines, and they are willing to do the groundbreaking in January 2027. Thank you.
Yes, excellent. Thank you, Uganda. You did what we wanted, outlining the steps. I'm sure even your FOR is happy with you. We've now approaching the final lap, closing. And we want to thank you for painstakingly following all the sessions in the past 2 days. We are not going to take much time. Everyone is ready for the closing. And to take off, I'm going to call on the chair of the organizing committee, my sister Norma, to first of all read the call to action that will guide all of us as we leave here. Thank you. Norma, please. Mohammed, as the host of FAO, you will speak after her to formally bid us bye-bye.
Good afternoon. Afternoon. Thank you. I'll read the call to action that follows the Hand-in-Hand Investment Forum for Eastern Africa. So let me start. A call to action to boost transformative investment for agri-food systems transformation in Eastern Africa. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, in collaboration with the government of the Republic of Rwanda, convened the Hand-in-Hand Investment Forum for Eastern Africa from 24 to 25 August 2026 in Kigali, Rwanda. This was aimed to catalyze a new generation of transformative investments for the sub-region. The forum reaffirmed that Eastern Africa possesses the resources, markets, entrepreneurial talent, and the regional integration potential needed to accelerate agri-food systems transformation. What is now required is decisive action to convert these opportunities into bankable investments and tangible development outcomes. The priority regional value chains identified through this forum, namely the livestock, which will be unpacked, coffee, rice, fisheries and aquaculture, align closely with those of the regional economic communities and provide important entry points for cross-border collaboration, value addition, trade expansion, job creation, and food and nutrition security for the sub-region. To accelerate transformational investments in the sub-region through the hand-in-hand initiative and other initiatives, we call upon all stakeholders to continue to support countries to realize the investment cases presented by countries through concrete follow-up actions in the months ahead. We encourage governments to continue strengthening the enabling environment, that is the policy, regulatory, and institutional frameworks, while developing investment-ready project pipelines, facilitating regional trade, harmonizing standards, and addressing barriers that constrain private sector investment. We invite investors, financial institutions, impact funds to deepen engagement with the opportunities presented during the forum by supporting feasibility studies, project structuring, blended finance solutions, and long-term investment partnerships that can bring these opportunities to scale. We encourage development partners and technical institutions to align their support with investment priorities identified during the forum through technical assistance, capacity development, risk-sharing instruments, and catalytic financing that enhances investment readiness and implementation. We further encourage regional economic communities, regional organizations, and strategic partners to support coordinated actions that strengthens market integration, facilitates trades, promote investment tracking, and advance regional investment initiatives across Eastern Africa. Thank you, and this is read on the 25th of August, 2026 in Kigali, Rwanda.
Thank you, my dear sister. Let's clap for her very well. Good. It's now my pleasure to call on my brother, Mohamed Al-Dahi, the FAO rep for Rwanda, to formally bid us bye, like I said. Mohamed, please. No, at the end. He's doing the closing on behalf of the minister. No, not yet. Protocol.
Let me start here. Thank you very much, Prof. You have been leading this process very much, and thank you, Noma, for the take-up. I think this investment gathering is telling us that, as Noma said, that the Eastern Africa sub-region has huge potential. But also one thing which I myself learned from yesterday's discussion. In the past, we have been focusing on cash crop as the key crop for export, and also more importantly, because where I came from, on the issue of the livestock. But also, generally speaking, the issue of the food crop potential within the region is another unique opportunity that we also need to be aware of. The second issue, the potential within the region, that the regional integration, but also the agri-food systems trade through the AFCTA providers is also another huge opportunity. But we were having also a discussion as Rwandan here, because I'm also a Rwandan. What we have realized, yes, there is energy, there's a market, but there are a lot of underlying issues that are also hindering the export potential, including the biosafety and food safety issue, the supply, availability of necessary input, the cost of feed, a lot of things. That needs also to go beyond the investors, because that's also part of that is the role of the government. But I'm very much happy to confirm from my experience here that the government of Rwanda is very much willing and committed to invest in the sector and to learn from others, but also to offer. And that's why after a few days, we will be having the investment, the biggest, one of the biggest Africa's investment on agri-food systems. Hopefully, new ideas will come, new initiatives will come, but also one issue that I've also yesterday learned, we used to lump sum the issues, like the livestock sector, which is huge, we need to embark. Poultry itself became a major investment opportunity, from the feed to the chicks to everything. Similarly, small ruminants is another one. Livestock feed itself, as I said yesterday, whenever you have a problem in this region, we tend to import from Dubai, from the Arabian Peninsula, where there's no water, where there's no proper soil, where there's no good environment for further production. So Africa needs to wake up, and I think these people will take these ideas back home. With those few remarks, let me take it back to the professor so that he can invite the relevant colleagues to talk. Thank you.
No, it's okay. We've had too many speeches already. The participants want to give a vote of thanks. And to do this on their behalf is Ibrahim Yahaya from Somalia. Good. Private sector.
Good afternoon, good evening. Thank you very much once again, all protocol observers. On behalf of all participants, I would like to sincerely thank and appreciate FAO and the government of Rwanda for hosting us in this beautiful city and with this beautiful environment. Over the past 2 days, we have had meaningful discussion on financing, partnership, and scaling agri-food investment across Eastern Africa. We have exchanged experience, built new connections, and explored opportunities for collaboration. One message is clear. The potential of agri-food sector is enormous, but unlocking it requires of all us to work together. Government, the private sector, investors, financial institutions, and development partners. We leave Kigali with new ideas, new relationships, and hopefully new partnerships that will continue beyond this form. Thank you once again to FAO and Rwanda for their hospitality and leadership. We look forward to turning our discussion into concrete action and investment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my dear brother. Very straight to the point. or like the former presenter. It's now my pleasure to call on our indefatigable Farai Zumuzi to close this occasion on behalf of FAO.
Thank you, Jerome. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, that's better. Government representatives, my colleagues, FAO representatives from across the SFE countries, distinguished participants, FAO colleagues, partners, friends, colleagues. As we conclude this important forum, allow me on behalf of the FAO Sub-Regional Office for Eastern Africa to express our sincerest gratitude and appreciation to all of you, all participants, partners, investors, development institutions, government representatives for your active engagement as well as your valuable contributions over the last 2 days. I would also like to extend my sincerest gratitude to the government of the Republic of Rwanda for its generous hospitality and excellent co-organization of this event together with our office, the Sub-Regional Office of FAO for Eastern Africa. I also extend my gratitude to the FAO representation in Rwanda under the able leadership of my brother and friend, Mohamed Auda here. Thank you so much, Mohamed and your team, for the excellent organization, for this co-organization of this important meeting. I would be remiss if I did not also extend my appreciation to the country offices under the leadership of the FAO representatives across the 8 countries in Eastern Africa, as well as their teams, the hand-in-hand focal points that were part and parcel, working hand in glove with the SFE team from Addis Ababa to organize this event, as well as the team in Rwanda. I am sure you agree with me that the organization has been excellent. You know, when we started discussing this meeting, I was quite skeptical in terms of whether I would be able to pull it off, not least because of the timing. We are competing with so many events that are happening around this time, not least the event, the Africa Food Systems Forum that is happening here next week. And August is a difficult time for us in FAO, I'm sure for others as well, because many people go on vacation. And so I wasn't sure that this was the right timing, but the team pushed ahead anyway, and here we are. I think my expectation, and I'm sure all of us' expectations, have been exceeded in this meeting. One of the things that have truly impressed me is the level of engagement. Over the 2 days, the tables have been full. We have been jostling for space. At our table here, we had to find space because the interest was there. The level of engagement was truly impressive. And it is my hope that we don't stop here. This is the start of a process. This is also the fact that we've all stayed engaged throughout the 2 days is testament to the fact that investing in agri-food systems transformation is a crucial part of the work that we all do. And it requires all of us. And thank you so much for demonstrating this, not only by your physical presence, and for those also that participated online, but by your engagement throughout the 2 days.
and we look forward to continued collaboration, continued partnership as we go forward on this path that we are on together. I would also like to thank the staff of this hotel, the Movenpick Kigali Hotel, that have hosted us for the past 2 days. VIFO for the wonderful setup and technology support, Vava Tours and Travel Limited, Rwanda Events Group Limited, and media for ensuring our key messages reached far and wide. The quality of the setup and everything that goes with it throughout these 2 days has been nothing short of exceptional. Thank you so much. During our discussions, colleagues, friends, partners, we have witnessed the significant opportunities that exist across Eastern Africa's agri-food systems and regional value chains. Moreover, we have seen promising partnerships emerge, as well as productive dialogue that has taken place among government, investors, development partners, and the private sector actors. Building on this momentum, we reaffirm our commitment to the Hand-in-Hand initiative as a strategic platform for promoting investment, strengthening investment readiness, and accelerating agri-food systems transformation. Through this commitment, we can continue to create pathways for sustainable growth, food security, and rural prosperity. At the same time, the 2 days' discussions have reinforced the importance of regional cooperation, investment mobilization, and private sector engagement. Indeed, addressing shared challenges and unlocking shared opportunities will require stronger collaboration across countries, institutions, and sectors. To ensure that the momentum that has been generated is sustained, we at FAO Sub-Regional Office for Eastern Africa remain committed to supporting continued follow-up, dialogue, implementation after this forum. In this regard, we will work closely with countries, partners, investors to advance the opportunities highlighted during these last 2 days. Most importantly, let us now translate our discussions into action. By turning ideas into investments, partnerships into implementation, and commitments into measurable results, we can deliver tangible development outcomes for farmers, agribusinesses, communities, and future generations across Eastern Africa. And before I conclude, I realize that I have not acknowledged key colleagues that have played a very important role. I would like to acknowledge also our colleagues from our headquarters that have been with us not only these last 2 days, but we have journeyed together up to this point, and I'm sure beyond, in terms of developing not only the thinking behind this workshop, but also the analytical work that undergoes this kind of engagement. So let me appreciate our colleagues from our headquarters, the Investment Center, ESA, that have been with us together. Thank you so much, colleagues. It's a journey that we will continue to embark on together. Please feel free. Yeah. Finally, let this forum be remembered not only for the conversations it inspired, but also for the investments, collaborations, and transformations it helped catalyze. Together, we can build a more resilient, inclusive, productive, and sustainable agri-food systems for the people of Eastern Africa and beyond. I want to thank you all, wish you bon voyage as you travel back to your respective destinations. And I would like to say Murakoze Chane to all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Farai, for those wonderful statements. After the next speaker, I'm not going to be able to say anything again, protocol-wise. I'm asked to remind you that you still have your coffee outside, coffee and tea. Well, we are not going to give you cocktail today, but you can manage the coffee and tea as soon as you leave this hall. Invariably, Farai, I want to thank you for believing in us. If we were not too enthusiastic about the meeting, at least we'll go to our MTT meeting proud of ourselves, telling member states that we did what they wanted. That is one outcome of this particular meeting. On that note, it's my pleasure to call on the representative of the minister, the host government, the Chief Executive Officer of the National Agricultural Export Board, Mr. Claude Bizimana, to formally close this event. Thank you. Thank you, my brother.
Good evening. Senior government officials, the FAO Sub-Regional Coordinator for Eastern Africa, the FAO country representative in Rwanda, representatives of the continental and regional institutions, development partners, and the private sector, distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Minister of Agriculture and More Resources, I am pleased to deliver these closing remarks at the conclusion of the Eastern Africa Hand-in-Hand Investment Forum. I wish to express the sincere appreciation of the government of Rwanda to the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, particularly its sub-regional office for Eastern Africa, and the FAO representation in Rwanda for convening this important forum. I also thank all participating governments, regional institutions, financial partners, investors, agribusinesses, youth, entrepreneurs, and development partners for the quality of the discussions and the strong spirit of collaboration. Distinguished participants, the central message emerging for this forum is clear. Eastern Africa must move decisively from funding isolated projects to financing long-term agri-food system transformation. This requires blended finance, credit guarantees, agricultural insurance, patient capital, climate finance, investment funds, and public-private partnerships that can unlock commercial financing while safeguarding development outcomes. No country can transform its agri-food system in isolation. Our production systems, markets, climate risks, trade corridors, and value chains are increasingly interconnected. Eastern Africa must therefore treat regional integration not only as a political aspiration, but as a practical investment strategy. Regional integration can provide the scale required to attract serious investments. It can reduce fragmentation, connect producers to processors and buyers, enable specialization, improve resilience, and allow enterprises to serve markets larger than their domestic economies. Distinguished participants, Rwanda remains committed to transforming agriculture into a resilient, sustainable, knowledge-based, and market-driven sector. The country's 5th strategic plan for agriculture transformation provides the national framework for its ambition. It gives priority to resilient and sustainable agri-food systems, commercialization, increased productivity, value addition, private sector, private investment, and stronger market linkages. Through this strategic plan and the hand-in-hand initiative, Rwanda will continue working with development partners, private sector, continental and regional organizations to strengthen partnerships, mobilize domestic and foreign capital, promote innovation, and connect producers and agribusinesses to higher value markets. Distinguished participants, let Kigali mark a shift from dialogue to delivery, from fragmented funding to structured financing, from national projects to regional investment platforms, and from investment intentions to bankable transactions. Let us leave this forum not only with renewed ambition, but with shared responsibility for implementation. The government of Rwanda stands ready to continue working with all partners to build competitive regional value chains, mobilize responsible investments, and expand access to African and global markets. I thank you for your active participation, your partnerships, and your commitment to the transformation of Eastern Africa's agri-food systems. I wish you safe travels and formally declare the Eastern Africa Hand-in-Hand Investment Forum closed. Thank you very much.